you let folks in? Maybe no one's here.
Actually, everybody's in who's here except hang on just a second because Lisa's trying to get in and I'm trying to get to the invitation to send her the link. Bear with me, sorry. Always these last minute scrambles.
Sorry.
I would think we could get started, to be honest with you.
Actually, that's true, Mayor, because I do know she has the executive session link.
Okay. Mayor Finkel, aye. Welcome everyone to the October 12th, 2021 City Commission meeting. Obviously, we typically start at 5:45, but we'll start in the 9 to 5 o'clock to have an executive session. So we will save the preliminary matters for when we return at 5:45. So for now, I'd look for a motion to adjourn into executive session.
Do you want to do a check-in first, Mayor?
Yeah.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Good point. Thank you. Vice Mayor Shipley.
Here.
Commissioner Bully.
Here.
Commissioner Ananda.
Here.
And Mayor Finkel is here. We'll still try and get Commissioner Lawson in, but we have a quorum of 4, so now I'd look for a motion.
This is Commissioner Bowley. I move we recess into executive session for approximately 45 minutes to discuss 2 separate contracts, all of which shall involve privileged legal communication from the city's attorneys pursuant to KSA 754319B2. The justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. The City Commission meeting will resume in its virtual format in accordance with resolution number 7388 at the conclusion of the executive session.
This is Commissioner Ananda, second.
Mayor Finkel, aye. We have a motion by Commissioner Bully, a second by Commissioner Ananda. Commissioner Bully.
Aye.
Commissioner Ananda.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley.
Aye.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Aye. Passes 4-0. We'll return at 5:45. Thank you.
Oh, there it is. Dagnabbit. God.
We'll go ahead and start our regular agenda as we usually do at 5:45. And I'll go ahead and we'll start with Porter, and then we'll do our roll call and then go to Sherry. So Porter, go ahead and give your comments about the operation of the meeting. We can't hear you, Porter.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I just have a few housekeeping items for this Zoom meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting when you are not speaking. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. When you are participating, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send me a chat. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. The chat function for this public meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to me. Please remember to state your name each time you speak for the benefit of those participating remotely. And now I'll turn the meeting back over to Mayor Finkeldye.
Mayor Finkeldye, thank you. Porter, I'll go ahead and take roll call. Vice Mayor Shipley.
Aye. Here, sorry.
Commissioner Nanda.
Here.
Commissioner Lawson.
Here.
Commissioner Boley.
Here.
Mayor Finkeldye, I'm present as well. And now we'll hear from our city clerk, Sherry Wiedemann.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to provide a few procedural reminders. Commissioners and staff, please state your name and title each time you speak. Mayor, when a motion is made when a motion is made, please call on commissioners individually to provide their vote and announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote. When public comment is sought on an item, the mayor will first call on those participating in person. Individuals wishing to provide public comment should approach the podium following social distancing and safety protocols. Participants are required to wear a mask, but may remove their mask while making remarks at the podium. Please state your name before speaking, and your comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The mayor will then call on those participating virtually. Individuals providing public comment via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. The raise hand function may appear in different places on your Zoom menu depending on the device you are using and which version of Zoom you have. Individuals will be called upon by name in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. When you are called on, please unmute and state your name. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Finkeldye, thank you, Sherry. The first item on the agenda is to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Does any commissioner wish to change the agenda? If not, I'd look for a motion to approve it.
This is Commissioner Nanda. I move to approve the agenda.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Finkeldye, there's a motion by Commissioner Nanda, a second by Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Nanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Mayor Finkeldye, aye, passes 5-0. Next on our agenda is to proclaim the week of October 11th, 2021 as Audio Reader Week in celebration of the 50th anniversary. And I believe Lori is here. Is she present or on Zoom?
Yes. Yes, Mayor, she is.
Excellent. We'll have a few words from Lori before I read the proclamation.
Thank you so much. Audio Reader is heading into our 50th year. Since the pandemic started, we've been busier than ever due to the importance of local information and the impact of loneliness and isolation. Visual impairment is one of the fastest growing issues for the aging population and has some of the most significant impact in people's lives due to loss of independence and inability to engage in hobbies, pastimes, and socialization. Social isolation is a threat to the physical and mental health of seniors and individuals with disabilities. Loneliness has been shown to have similar effects as smoking 15 cigarettes per day. Audio Reader fights isolation by providing real voices that connect our listeners to news and information from their communities. In 2020, we had nearly 12,000 calls to our telephone reader program, averaging 32 calls per day. We also had over 19,000 smart speaker uses, averaging 53 per day. Audio Reader no longer receives any funding from the University of Kansas. We are entirely dependent on private contributions and support from the community, and we're honored to receive this proclamation from the city. We invite everyone to join us in celebration at our 50th anniversary on Friday, November 5th at Abe and Jake's Landing. Details are available on our website. Thank you so much.
Lori, thank you so much for those words. I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas Audio Reader is a reading and information services which provides access to news, entertainment, and the arts for blind, visually impaired, and print-disabled Kansans. And whereas Audio Reader fosters independence by providing 24/7 access to the news and entertainment of choice to anyone who may have difficulty reading standard printed materials. And whereas Audio Reader is celebrating 50 years of service on October 11th, 2021. Now therefore, I, Brad Finkelstein, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim the week of October 11th, 2021 as Audio Reader Week. And I encourage all citizens to join together to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Audio Reader services to thousands of listeners in Lawrence and the surrounding communities. Again, congratulations on your 50 years, and thank you for all you do for the community.
Thank you so much.
That brings us to the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be approved by one motion. There'll be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak to an item that has been pulled off the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comment. First, are there any items that a commissioner would like to pull off the consent agenda?
Vice Mayor Shipley, D5D.
Okay. Any other items? Mayor Finkelstein? Seeing none, does any person present at City Hall wish to pull an item off the consent agenda? If so, let Sherry know.
There is no one.
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you, Sherry. If any member on Zoom would like to pull an item off the consent agenda, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature and Sherry will call upon you.
There are no more items to pull, Mayor.
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you, Sherry. I'd look for a motion on the consent agenda.
This is Commissioner Nanda. I move to approve the consent agenda, accepting item D5D.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Finkelstein, there's a motion by Commissioner Nanda, a second by
Mayor?
Commissioner, yes.
I'm sorry, before you move forward, can I get clarification if it's D or B, and so I can record the motion accurately? Because I thought I heard D.
D was what I said.
Okay,
Is that correct, Commissioner
Vice
Shipley?
Mayor-
Yeah, D is
Okay.
in dog, 5D, the sidewalk item. Yeah.
thank you.
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you, Sherry, for that clarification. There's a motion by Commissioner Nanda, a second by Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Nanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley,
Aye.
Commissioner Boley,
Aye.
Mayor Finkelstein, aye, passes 5-0. That brings us to D5.
Mayor, excuse me, this is Commissioner Boley. May I suggest that we do D5D at the conclusion of our regular agenda?
Mayor Finkelstein, I'm not sure why Vice Mayor Shipley pulled it, if she has had a question or if she had discussion.
I think we could just do it at the conclusion of the regular agenda. We'll still get it done tonight.
Mayor Finkelstein, I understand. I'd like to ask Vice Mayor Shipley, tell me, did you have a question or did you have discussion on it?
I do have a question. It's not just for voting. And I'm not sure, considering that we found similar items on this before, Commissioner Woolley might not also be interested in it. It's an interesting suggestion to do it at the end. Of course, it gets done. But also, we do things in the order that we do things for a reason. And 5 seconds to ask staff a reasonable question isn't that far off what we're used to doing traditionally.
Mayor Finkel, I think the only concern was if we thought it was going to take a while with all the people there on the next couple items. But if you think it's one question, I'm okay. Unless there's otherwise, go ahead and ask your question. Let's move through it. And Vice Mayor Shipley, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So my question for staff is about the map of the items that are chosen for next year. I mean, some of the monies roll over and some it's from, but the work will happen in 2022. In light of the fact that we found some sidewalks that would have been addressed by other street projects because of our complete streets policy, I just wanted to make sure that staff had evaluated these for similar opportunities. Some of these I can't quite see on the map. I'm not 100% sure where they are, but certainly along larger corridors like 9th Street, 19th Street, those might be things that are already slated to be worked on that would be affected by a complete streets project. So I just wanted to be sure that staff had evaluated that for those kinds of projects.
Thank you, Commissioner Shipley. This is Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager. Yes, RC Med Group has communicated internally on various capital improvement and street projects. Specifically, I can point to the 19th and Massachusetts intersection. We kind of pulled back doing repairs on ramps there, considering that there'd be maybe capital improvements there in the future, as well as various water line and street maintenance projects we're coordinating with.
Vice Mayor Shipley, excellent. Thank you very much. I just was concerned that this section is kind of all over the place. I don't want to force you to tell me how you guys chose this. I know we changed the prioritization last time, and so I'm certain these are prioritized for reasons to do with access to certain things. So thank you for that response. And I will always say every day, no matter who asks me, there is no reason to ask individual homeowners to pay for sidewalks. And especially in light of the fact that we have a complete streets policy that gives sidewalks to some people and not other people. So that's all I had, Mayor.
Mayor Finkel, thank you. Vice Mayor Shipley, any commissioner have other questions? Seeing none, since we did pull it as a public hearing item, if any member present at City Hall or online would like to make a comment on this item, please let Sherry know, either in person or by raising your hand on the via the Zoom app.
There's no public comment on this item.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you. I'd look for a motion on item D5D.
This is Commissioner Larson. I'll give a motion here. Award bid number B2116 to Sunflower Paving Incorporated and authorize the city manager to execute the construction contract in the amount of $1,244,646.90 for the 2021 sidewalk improvement program.
This is Commissioner Nanda, second.
Mayor Finkel, motion by Commissioner Lawson, a second by Commissioner Nanda. Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Commissioner Nanda?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Hey.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Mayor Finkel, aye, passes 4-1. That brings us to public comment. The public is allowed to speak on items or issues that are not scheduled for discussion on the agenda. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Individuals should address all comments and questions to the commission. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. To begin with, is there any person at City Hall who would like to make general public comment about an item not on the agenda, otherwise on the agenda? If so, let Sherry know.
Is there anyone who has any general public comment that wants to provide comments to an item that's not on the agenda? I just want to make sure because I thought we did have someone here tonight. So all the comments are related to items listed on the agenda. Okay, there's no one here in the commission room, Mayor.
Mayor Fenelon, thank you. If any person online would like to make general public comment about something not on the agenda, please raise your hand using the raising your hand feature, or otherwise let Sherry know and she will call upon you.
Chad Osdale.
Good evening. I'm going to assume you can hear me. I was just wanting to say that I was glad to see that the MSO is being allowed to vote on Teamsters Union. It's too bad the city wouldn't opt into PIRA so that the unrepresented employees would have some representation without having to join a union. Hopefully all of MSO will fill out a union card and join the Teamsters. They have lawyers and negotiators. I filled out my card a year ago when
Mayor,
Solid
just to
Waste did.
Excuse me, but Mayor, just a reminder of our procedures this is not related to items on the agenda. This was an agenda item that could have been pulled.
Well, you hit it in there well enough. I didn't realize that. But needless to say, I'm here now. I filled out my union card a year ago. The Solid Waste was an unrepresented employee, just like the rest of the unrepresented employees, and treated the same, and had their 1.5% general wage adjustment last year cut to 0.5%, like the rest of us. This year, they're Teamsters. This year, their merit raise, 17%. And what was the rest of the unrepresented employees' merit raise this year? 0%. I'm sorry, but the unrepresented employees of the city of Lawrence have absolutely no labor rights unless they have a union. And that's been proven over the past 5 years that I've been complaining about the very same thing. Needless to say, unionized is the only way I would ever consider working for the city again, because I was tired of being threatened with disciplinary action for insubordination every time I pointed out what the department supervisor was doing violated city policy and show them in writing. And they respond, we do things differently here. So, the city cannot be believed when they're telling the unrepresented employees of the city of Lawrence anything. They know they're not following their policies and they don't care. They back each other up so nobody knows except the people in-house. And the commissioners apparently take them at their word and nobody looks into it. I had the city manager tell me, well, I never looked at the procedure. I just can't believe that they would lie. So I don't know why I even try, but maybe we'll go Teamster Union and I might be able to come back one day and work for the city again and be proud of it instead of being spit on by the commissioners, the department heads, and supervisors. Thank you very much for not listening to anything I've said over the past 5 years. Okay.
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. I'm just back again to ask that y'all actually discuss who should be the mayor instead of just going by tradition. I'd just like to point out some of the things the mayor does. Presides over meetings of the governing body, provides the annual state of the city address, represents the city in ceremonial roles, and let's see, appoints members to the advisory boards. And I just asked, do you think these duties would be better served by you all electing who you think would be the best fit to that, to be doing this stuff? Or do you think just going by every year, like who, based on the results of the elections, you think that system's better? Because I think it'd be better if you all chose a mayor based on who you think would do the best job as mayor. So just throwing that out there. I'll be back again. Thank you.
Is there any other general public comment? That's all the comments, Mayor.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Thank you, Sherry. That brings us to regular agenda item number 1, which is to consider an appeal of the administrative determination for the site plan located at 2300 Crestline. Looks like before we begin, we need to disclose any ex parte communications. I did receive a phone call from Jane Eldridge prior to the last continuance.
Recording in progress.
Asking about it being continued, and we talked briefly about the matter, mainly everything that's in the agenda. Other disclosures of ex parte communications? Vice Mayor Shipley? Maybe I'll just run it down.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor Shipley. I did speak with Travis Herod, also about the item, and Jane Eldridge as well, but generally the things that are in the correspondence.
Commissioner Ananda?
This is Commissioner Nanda. Nothing that is not in the agenda.
Commissioner Lawson?
I spoke with Jim Carpenter, who's on the Planning Commission, and mostly we discussed definitions in the code, development code. And I did respond to a couple of emails. I don't know if we need to disclose those. Do we need to disclose those?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Yes, if they're not included in the record, it would be good to disclose who you received them from and basically a summary of the substance of those communications.
Yeah, I received an email from Linda Watts and I responded back. Her question was about the affordable housing, inclusion affordable housing into this project and why we could not do that. And I explained to her about the ruling that the Kansas legislature did a couple of years ago of not allowing us to do that on projects that don't have incentives or request incentives. The same with Jeff Southard. I also responded to an email from him in the same manner.
Commissioner Bully?
I discussed the deferral of the subject with Travis Herod prior to the meeting in which we first had the hearing.
Mayor Finkel, I believe that covers all the ex parte disclosures. I now turn over, I don't know if Randy or Becky is starting. Randy?
I'm going to start tonight. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Before you tonight is an appeal from a site plan approval involving the property at 2300 Crestline Drive. The planning director is authorized by the city code, approved the application for site plan administratively, and various interested parties have in timely fashion appealed that approval. Before we really get to the substance of that appeal and the application, it would first probably be beneficial just give an overview of what we're reviewing tonight, what the standards are, and what your duty is. On appeal, your review of an administrative site plan decision is plenary, unlimited, and de novo. That means that you are not bound by the decision or the record that was before the planning director, nor are you obligated to give deference to the planning director's decision. Rather, what you do is you step into the shoes of the planning director and you would review the record, the apply the law to it, and make a decision regarding the site plan as if the site plan application was filed before you in the first instance. It must be noted also that this appeal is an administrative quasi-judicial hearing. That means you review the evidence presented, the evidence in the record, anything that's said tonight at the hearing, find what evidence is credible, and then make findings of fact, and then apply the law to those facts to reach a decision. Under the city code, approval or disapproval of a site plan application is a ministerial rather than a discretionary function. In that way, a site plan application differs from an application for a rezoning or a special use permit, wherein typically matters which the city commission has some discretion. And what it means by ministerial, basically it means that if the application meets the requirements or the criteria for approval, then it is approved. And if it fails to meet the criteria for approval, then it is disapproved. Most license applications or decisions made by city staff, for example, license applications, site plan approvals, other types of approvals are ministerial in function, and then they eventually have an opportunity to be reviewed by another party. Since site plan approval is ministerial, if you find that the credible evidence adduced tonight establishes that the application meets city code criteria, then it is your duty either to approve the application and grant the site plan approval, or you can grant it with conditions. On the other hand, if you find that the credible evidence adduced tonight establishes that the site plan does not meet the criteria of the city code, then you are obligated to disapprove the site plan, or you could say what conditions or what things can be done so that the site plan comes into compliance with the city code. But really, that is what you're limited tonight, and that is your duty tonight. After you have heard the evidence and deliberated and reached a decision, it would be appropriate, and in fact, it's required by the city code, if you were to direct city staff to prepare findings of fact and conclusions of law, and city staff would bring those back to you at a later date for approval. And then any type of appeal period that would, perhaps go to district court would run from the approval of those findings of fact and conclusions of law. And with that, before Becky presents on the substance of the matter, I will stand for questions if you have any.
Mayor Fingal, any questions for Randy at this point? Seeing none, Becky?
Good evening, commissioners, mayor, vice mayor. My name is Becky Pepper, the planning manager. And before I get started, I will share my screen. I have a PowerPoint presentation for you tonight. Oh, looks like I'm not able to share my screen. Here we go. Okay. I will say that I have kind of a rather lengthy and thorough presentation for you tonight. So if I go too fast or you have any questions, please let me know. I also assume that I was successful in you're able to see my PowerPoint presentation.
Mayor Fingal, we are not able to see it at the moment.
Okay, let's see. Oops, here we go. Is that better? Did it work there?
No,
okay.
Now, yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. Glad I asked. All right. The property is located on the south side of Clinton Parkway and the west side of Crestline Drive. It is adjacent to a daycare center that's addressed as 2333 Crestline Drive. The property also abuts single dwelling residences to the west, the Hills West Association to the south, and multifamily developments such as the Park 25 apartments to the southeast, and also First Presbyterian Church on the east side of Crestline Drive. And then there is KU property that's located on the north side of Clinton Parkway. Oops. The proposed project would include the construction of 57 duplex structures and 6 detached structures for a total of 63 structures and 120 total dwelling units. The dwelling units would contain 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms for a total of 319 bedrooms. The proposed site plan is shown on this slide. The property would be accessed via 3 new drives from Clinton Parkway. The residential units would be located on either side of an access drive that would run throughout the property, and parking would be provided on either side of that access drive. The project would also include a leasing office and an outdoor pool. As Randy mentioned, site plan applications are administrative reviewed and approved. However, Section 1305L of the Land Development Code does allow for site plan decisions to be appealed by various parties, which include the applicant, the city commission, neighborhood associations for the neighborhood that the site plan is located in or adjacent to, or properties within 400 feet of the subject property. And requests to appeal the site plan decision were received by property owners within 400 feet and the adjacent neighborhood associations. And as such, this item is before the city commission tonight for your consideration on that appealed site plan as a new matter. As I briefly went over earlier, pardon me, the site plan, the land uses adjacent to this subject property are single dwelling residences to the west, multi-dwelling residential developments to the south and southwest, and institutional uses to the east and north. And then further to the east is Iowa Street, and there are commercial uses located along its corridor. The subject property is zoned RSO district. The daycare center that's addressed as 2333 Crestline Drive is zoned RM12. And RM24 zoning is located on the east side of Crestline Drive, and the single dwelling residences to the west are zoned RS7. And the townhomes located to the south are zoned planned unit development. Section 201305M of the Land Development Code states that the City Commission shall act on an original site plan application and apply the criteria of Section 20-1305J. That criteria has been provided in full in your the executive summary of this agenda item, and I'm also going to run through those items now. The first criteria states that the site plan shall contain only platted land. The subject property is currently platted as lots 1 and 3 of the Hills West number 3 plat. The plat does contain a 20-foot and 30-foot greenbelt easement along the west property line and a 20-foot greenbelt easement along the south property line. A minor subdivision application was submitted concurrently with the site plan application to replat lots 1 and 3 into 1 lot. The plat proposes tree preservation easements, which are highlighted in green here. And the width of these easements along the west and south lines would be wider than the existing easements on the current plat. Recording of the minor subdivision with the Douglas County Register of Deeds would be required prior to the release of the site plan for building permits. And before that minor subdivision could be recorded, public improvement plans would be required to be reviewed and approved. Then the minor subdivision could be recorded, and then the site plan could be released for building permits. The second criteria states that the site plan shall comply with all standards of the city code, the land development code, and other adopted city policies and adopted neighborhood plans or area plans. And I'll run through a review of that code in my next few slides. The table here shows the density and dimensional standards required for the RSO district. The proposed lot would meet the minimum lot area, width, and frontage requirement for the district. The project would also meet or exceed setback requirements, and it would not exceed the maximum building coverage or impervious surface coverage permitted in the RSO district. Also, the maximum height permitted in the RSO district is 35 feet. And the proposed building types range in height, with the 2-story buildings being between 23 feet tall and 26 feet tall, and the tallest 3-story building shown to be approximately 34.5 feet tall. This table shows the site summary information in more detail. The property is 9.12 acres, or approximately 397,442 square feet in size. The property proposes 76,419 square feet of building coverage and 222,771 square feet of impervious surface coverage, for a maximum building coverage of 19% and impervious surface coverage of 56%. The off-street parking requirement is 1 space per bedroom for the duplex use and 2 spaces per dwelling unit for a detached dwelling. With what they're proposing, the required total would be 313 spaces, and the site plan proposes providing 325 spaces. The Land Development Code also provides landscaping standards related to street trees, parking lot landscaping, and buffer yards. On this slide, the proposed street trees are colored red. Street trees are required to be provided at a rate of 1 tree per 40 feet of street frontage. This would require 12 street trees along Clinton Parkway and 18 street trees along Crestline Drive. And the site plan proposes to provide the required amount on each of those street frontages. Interior parking lot landscaping includes a landscaped area, which is provided at a rate of 40 square feet per parking space, and also must include at least 1 tree and 3 shrubs per 10 parking spaces. This would require 13,000 square feet of landscape area, 33 trees, and 98 shrubs. The site plan proposes 13,222 square feet of landscape area, 33 trees, and 113 shrubs. The parking lot landscaping is shown in green in the interior of this slide, excluding the area around the daycare center, which that landscaping is part of the buffer yard. A type 1 buffer yard is required to be provided when an RS district is adjacent to an RM district. In this case, buffer yards are required, the areas that are required for buffer yard are circled in orange here, and they include along Crestline Drive, the south property line, and adjacent to the daycare center at 2333 Crestline Drive. And the areas, a buffer yard is not required along the north or west property lines. However, the site plan also proposes landscaping in these areas, which will provide a buffer. A 20-foot type 1 buffer yard is proposed along Crestline Drive, which would require 3 trees and 7 shrubs per 100 linear feet. The Land Development Code does allow for shrubs to be replaced by a 6-foot tall fence, a wall, or a 3-foot tall berm. And along Crestline Drive, that frontage is 699 feet, which would require 21 trees, 49 shrubs. And the site plan is proposing 24 trees and a 3-foot tall berm as a substitute for those shrubs, as permitted by code. A 20-foot type 1 buffer yard is also proposed along the south property line with 496-foot property line. 15 trees and 35 shrubs would be required, and the site plan is proposing 55 trees and a 6-foot tall wooden fence. The property at 2333 Crestline is zoned RM12, and so a type 1 buffer yard is also required along its perimeter. The north and south sides of the property are 176 linear feet, and so they would require 8 trees and 18 shrubs on each side. And the site plan proposes 8 trees and 25 shrubs on each side. The west side of 2333 Clinton or Crestline Drive is 100 linear feet, and so it would require 4 trees and 10 shrubs. A proposed water line would be located in this area, which would not allow the planting of the trees in this location. The width of the buffer yard would be 10 feet, and trees should not be located closer than 8 feet to utilities. And as such, the applicant requested alternative compliance and proposed to add an additional 19 shrubs in this location for a total of 29 shrubs. Replacement of sensitive lands would also be part of this project. Just as some brief background on this, development applications were submitted for this property in 2017. Those applications included rezoning applications, a preliminary development plan, and a comprehensive plan amendment application. The project, which proposed 4-story structures and 522 bedrooms, did not proceed, and this current request is not associated with that project. However, as part of that previous proposal, the applicant had identified stands of mature trees on the application. The Land Development Code classifies stands of mature trees as sensitive lands and requires preservation of them when development is proposed. Most of the trees were subsequently removed after the previous development review, as you can see from the aerial, the 2020 aerial here. Some trees along the west property line were not removed and still exist on the site. When the planning office was notified about the tree removal, staff notified the property owner and let them know that it was staff's expectation that the trees identified as sensitive lands would be counted as sensitive lands in any future development proposals. And as such, they would be required to be replaced on a one-to-one basis and be replaced with a minimum of 4-inch caliber deciduous trees or 8 feet tall ornamental or evergreen trees. Section 20-1101D of the Land Development Code states that the actual amount of preserved sensitive lands shall be limited to a maximum protection area of 20% of the total land area. If a property contains enough sensitive lands to preserve 20% of the total area, then 20% must be preserved. With a total land area of 397,442 square feet, 20% of the site would equal 79,488 square feet. The previous applications had identified 139,623 square feet as sensitive lands, which is larger than 20% of the site. As such, a maximum of 20% of the land area is required to be preserved, or in this case, preserved and replaced. The site plan proposes a total of 82,273 square feet of sensitive lands. Of that, 50,278 square feet exist along the west property line. And the bright blue color on the proposed site plan shown here are the locations where they're proposing the repopulation. The amount proposed to be preserved and replaced is approximately 20.7% of the land area of the property. Okay, moving on now to the third site plan approval criteria. That one states that the proposed use shall be allowed in the district in which it's located or be an allowed non-conforming use. Section 20-402 shows the land uses permitted in the residential zoning districts. And per this table, the duplex and detached dwelling uses are permitted uses in the RSO district. Section 20-1305C requires duplexes to be site planned when they're designed to form a complex having an area of common usage, such as a parking area or a private recreational area, and if it contains 4 or more dwelling units. The RSO district is intended to be used as a transitional zoning district between higher intensity commercial areas and residential neighborhoods. And it does allow detached dwellings, duplexes, attached dwellings, and office uses. These uses can be combined in the same structure, such as an office on the ground floor and dwelling units above it. However, it's not a requirement. And it's also not a requirement that the property contain a combination of these uses. The property in the RSO district could be developed in with a single permitted use, such as the residential uses proposed with this site plan. And lastly, I just wanted to touch on the density. RSO district permits a maximum density of 15 dwelling units per acre. The property is 9.12 acres in size, which would permit a maximum density of 136 dwelling units. The site plan proposes 130 dwelling units or 13 dwelling units per acre. The fourth site plan approval criteria states that vehicular ingress and egress to and from the site and circulation within the site shall provide for safe and efficient, convenient movement of traffic, not only within the site, but on adjacent roadways, as well as shall also conform with adopted corridor or access management standards. The site plan proposes 3 access drives from Crestline Drive. Access is not permitted from Clinton Parkway. The northernmost drive would facilitate only turning movements into the site. And then the 2 southern drives would accommodate turning into and out of the site as shown by the red arrows. A traffic impact study was reviewed and approved as part of the site plan. And we do have Dustin Smith with the MSO department here to help answer any traffic engineering questions if you have them. And the last site plan approval criteria states that the site plan shall provide for safe movement of pedestrians on the subject site. A sidewalk currently exists along Clinton Parkway, but it does not exist along Crestline Drive. And the site plan proposes adding sidewalk along Crestline Drive and throughout the site. And the proposed sidewalks are highlighted blue on this slide. And they show that the pedestrian connections would be provided throughout the site, as well as tying back into the public sidewalk that would be constructed on Crestline Drive. As previously mentioned, Section 20-1305M outlines the City Commission action on appeal. Per the code, the City Commission shall consider the appealed site plan decision as a new matter, inviting public comment before acting on the original application. After considering the matter, City Commission shall act on the site plan application, applying the approval criteria of Section 20-1305J that was just discussed, and taking the following action. Approve the site plan application, identify those modifications that would allow approval of the site plan application, approve a site plan application with conditions, or disapprove the site plan application. Based on the review provided in the staff report, staff does recommend approval of the site plan. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Mayor Fingal, thank you. Becky? Commissioners, what questions do you have for Becky at this point?
Vice Mayor Shipley, I want to make sure I understood what you said. I thought it was kind of clear, but just to be sure. The 20%, of the protected tree covering, getting to your sensitive lands. The site plan calls for not 20%, which was cut down previously, to be replaced, but concurrently with the other trees and the regular requirements of the landscape. Had that not happened at all? Am I understanding you correctly?
Becky Pepper with Planning. Vice Mayor, I'm not sure I understand your question.
So if that hadn't happened previously, they would have been required a certain number of street trees, a certain number of shrubs, and you wouldn't have to tell us about this 20% of sensitive lands. If I understand correctly, you're accepting the street trees and the shrubs and some of this along the periphery is included in the 20%.
Becky Pepper with Planning. Thank you for restating that question for me. There are there's a buffer yard that's required along the south property line, and some of the sensitive land area is included in that buffer yard requirement as well. But there are street trees that they're providing and interior parking lot landscaping. That is not part of the buffer yard calculation. I'm sorry, sensitive tree repopulation calculation.
Mayor Fingal, any other questions at this time? I'm sure public comment will generate questions, but first, we'd if the applicant is here and would like to make a presentation, we'll allow the applicant to go and then open it up for public comment.
Mr. Mayor, Greg Musil on behalf of the applicant. Can you hear me?
Yes, Greg, we can.
Greg Musil with the Rouse Fretz Law Firm. I'm also here tonight with people that can answer questions. Todd Thompson here in Lawrence, CL from Land Plan, and Trevor Tollett from Fountain Residential. The three of them have been working on the plan since at least February of 2020, and I've recently become involved to kind of work through this with them. I really appreciate Becky's presentation. I understand Mr. Larkin's presentation that you are entitled to review this as if you're in the shoes of the planning director. I think the planning director just indicated to you the reasons why the planning department made the recommendation for approval for this site plan, because it meets the requirements of the Lawrence Code. And every property owner in Lawrence, every citizen is entitled to rely on the code as you have adopted it as a city commission, and is entitled to have confidence in that as they make their decisions about development and how they're going to live and what they're going to build and what they're going to offer to the city of Lawrence. I want to first start out to say we've been careful not to make any ex parte communications with the city commission. We followed those rules carefully and have submitted things through staff. And you have a great deal of information from the application that was in the packet tonight. I do not intend to go through all of that tonight. What I want to emphasize again is this is a site plan approval, a ministerial act, as Mr. Larkin indicated, where you need to determine whether the factual evidence, the objective evidence presented in the application and by your planning staff meets the site plan approval. It is very difficult to put on a presentation in any detail that proves that any better than Ms. Pepper already has. But let me run through just some of the criteria that we meet or exceed, because I think it's important to the commission, and as it is to your neighbors in the entire city, that we meet city code requirements. But I also think it's important to note all of the things that Ms. Pepper indicated where we exceed it. This development is allowed in RSO zoning, so there is no zoning question. The density is correct, the dimensions are correct, the setbacks are correct, the height is within the zoning code. The sidewalks are there. One of the sidewalks that was not highlighted in blue on Ms. Pepper's presentation is a sidewalk that extends north to the bus stop on Clinton Parkway, which was an important accommodation once pointed out that we added to put that sidewalk out to Clinton Parkway from the development. Storm drainage has been studied by your engineers and has been accepted. Traffic study was accomplished pursuant to the scope of work that your city staff required and demonstrated that the street network and the traffic can be accommodated by Crestline and certainly by Clinton Parkway. The comprehensive plan allows this use in this site on this zoning. The adjacent land uses are compatible with a residential use that is being proposed here. The landscape plan meets your code. The buffer meets your code. The sensitive land area meets and exceeds your code. In fact, if you looked at the trees and the landscaping and the sensitive areas, they exceed the code requirements. The parking exceeds the code requirements. And all of the studies have been accepted and analyzed by your staff as professionals who know how to look at storm drainage, at traffic, and at street capacity. All of the evidence, the objective evidence that Ms. Pepper has presented and that is evident in your packet demonstrates that this project, this application meets the site plan requirements and therefore should be approved. I think the other things that you're normally interested in, as you should be, is how much did the applicant work with staff and how much communication was there with the neighborhood? There were two formal neighborhood meetings, including one before the September 21st Council Commission meeting where you continued this. Months of work with staff, revisions to the site plan to make it more compatible and more acceptable to staff. Staff held the applicant's feet to the fire, as you would expect, because we have to meet those code requirements to get our site approval. And we've met those, all of the code requirements, and any of the permitted alternatives that you have adopted and established in your city code. As with zoning matters, a site plan approval is unlike zoning requirements, a site plan is a ministerial act, but there's always a concern on the part of the applicant that it will be turned into a plebiscite of the neighbors. And we know that even in zoning, where you're in a quasi-judicial capacity, this is not a plebiscite, an election of the neighborhood. This is a test of whether objectively our plan, our site plan, meets the site plan requirements of your code. And as Ms. Pepper has indicated, your staff has gone through every single one of those criteria and found that it meets it. And so I won't take more of your time. We are available to answer questions, but we ask for your approval of this because we meet all of the site plan requirements. I can't imagine there is a condition that would be needed because we have met all of those. And so we ask for you to approve the site plan and so that this development can go forward in complete compliance with the city code. And I thank you very much for your time. And again, we're available to answer questions if there are any. Thank you.
Mayor Finkeldine, thank you. Any questions for the applicant at this point? We can have a chance later as well before I open it to public comment. Seeing none, this is a public hearing item. And so we'll now open it up to public comment. I will remind folks that they have 3 minutes, and Sherry will be running a clock that is there when she'll announce time. We would ask you to wrap up when she calls time. We will start with the folks present at City Hall, and then we'll move to the folks online. And so if you're present at City Hall and would like to make public comment on this item, you can come up to the podium and make your comments in 3 minutes, and Sherry can direct you if needed, and she will keep the time. Mayor Finkel, we cannot hear the.
You got it.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Kenneth Prost, and I'm here to represent the Lawrence Child Development Center and the communities around us. The first slide I want to show is a video of Travis Tollett speaking about the development.
Hang on. Sorry, Mayor, hang on just a second. We've got a PowerPoint that I'm trying to get to here. Okay. Okay. There we go. Oops.
Good. Next slide. There you go, that one.
Next one.
If you hit the video.
The video?
Yeah, that one right there. Not playing any sound.
You may not have that option.
Sorry, I don't know.
If you play it as a regular one through PowerPoint, it should go through.
The challenge is does it have sound?
Yeah, it does have sound. Well, anyway, I'll just skip that one. Go ahead and go next one. Trevor's heard in this video saying
this has more of a single family feel
whereas in
to
the
it.
style of a single
Again, these are
compares it to other multifamily
single family
development.
style.
However, multifamily is not allowed in
Mayor
RSOs.
Finkel, hold on. We are now hearing the video, and so I can't hear both of you at once. I think we're hearing the video, or at least we're getting feedback.
Can we try that, Mayor? Is this working? Sorry, this is very difficult to do with so many screens here. What's your preference? I can work on the video, but I'm afraid that's going to take time. I didn't know.
Yeah, well, we'll just
PowerPoint.
If they want a copy of it, I can email them a copy of this after I'm done speaking. But like I said, in the video, he's heard saying these things. our multifamily is not allowed in RSO zoning, and it is evident that that's what this project is intended to be. Even the supporting traffic study submitted with the site plan states that this is a multifamily development. Next slide. As per code, group living is occupancy of a dwelling other than a household. Leasing per individual room does not constitute a household under Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority, Kansas state, or federal definitions. When asked for this information, Mr. Tollett refused to provide an answer. When planning staff was asked for this information, they did not have it available and did not request it from Request Fountain Residential provide it. Without this information, it is impossible to determine proper use within city development and zoning codes. Next slide. Duplex is defined as a single structure that contains two primary dwelling units on one lot. The current site plan has one lot with 57 duplexes and 64 structures. As per code, each RSO duplex must be on its own minimum 5,000 square foot lot with public road access. This plan does not fit the definition or code requirements for duplex projects. Next slide. Scott McCullough, our previous planning director, informed the current owners that the sensitive land needs to be replaced at a 1-to-1 ratio and that buffer yards would not count towards sensitive lands. Next slide. The plan shows buffer yard as sensitive lands. Next slide. The red circles are trees within 10 feet of impervious surfaces. The proposed trees, no proposed trees meet the 1-to-1 requirement of a minimum 4-inch caliper. None of the proposed sensitive lands meet requirements and development codes. By approving the site plan, the commission will be setting a precedent that if the exterior aesthetic fits, the real use does not matter and the city codes and zoning are irrelevant. For these reasons, we request the City Commission deny the site plan approval and require a site plan that meets development and zoning codes. Thank you.
Okay, my name is also Kenneth Prost, and I'm the owner of the Lawrence Child Development Center. In reference to Mr. Tollert's Zoom calls, which were very one-sided as far as I'm concerned, he would not answer questions concerning how many people were going to be in the room anyway. So he stated in those Zoom meetings that there would be no buildings within 40 feet of the daycare center property line. And if you look on a site plan, he has a building within 20 feet of our southeast corner of our property. This building sits on top of an existing easement that belongs to us and actually has monetary value. The Fountain plan is planning to remove our easement. The theft of that easement would reduce our parking spaces from 11 to 8, which would result in more on-street parking and cause more traffic problems that would not previously been put into a traffic study, right? Because even now, when we have to have employees and parents park on that street, that becomes a one-lane road. And that's when we have to put more cars out there, that's going to make it even worse traffic problem, right? Let's see where I'm lost track here where I'm at. Well, that's about all I have to say with one thing, last thing. Today I looked on apartments.com, and for student apartments, there were 680 student apartments available with 2.5 bedrooms per apartment, which makes it 1,700 beds are available for students in this city currently today. How many more student apartments do we need in this city? Thank you.
Mary and City Commissioners, I'm Barry Williams, pastor First Presbyterian Church located at 2415 Clinton Parkway, immediately to the east of the proposed development. Beginning in October of 2020, we have sought on multiple occasions to engage city planning staff, with most of our correspondence being hand-delivered to the staff. We did not receive any reply in any form until receiving an email on the morning of September 9th of this year. This email came the day after the Zoom presentation by the developer, where the developer selectively answered few questions and the city planning staff answered none. The email response we received was less than adequate, with perhaps the saddest statement being the response to our repeated inquiries about the city having any conversations about affordable housing in this project. The answer that we received from city staff was, "You also inquired about affordable housing as it relates to this project." At this time, the applicant has not shared with us any intent to provide affordable housing as a part of the project. In preparation for this meeting, we made an open records request around this proposed development. What we received is about a 3-page stack of documents. You can see it here. In looking at those documents, a few things became abundantly clear. City planning staff was very engaged with the developer on their proposal, and there was almost no engagement with the community and neighbors. A second thing became clear in that the many emails in the correspondence between the developer and the city, no attachments were included with those emails, recognizing that the attachments were the bulk of the interactions between the city staff and the developer. First Presbyterian Church has as one of its core values to be a good neighbor. To be a good neighbor is first to do no harm. What is proposed here is we believe this development is dangerous to its neighbors. One clear example of this is in some correspondence where Dan Heptick wrote to Trevor Tillett, Executive Vice President of Fountain Residential Partners. Dan asked this question: what is Fountain Residential's plan for overflow parking with more than 325 spaces? The answer that was given is there's plenty of parking, and off-site parking regulations, laws, and their enforcement are the City of Lawrence's responsibility. Overflow parking will only go in 2 directions from this development, and it will certainly happen. It will make Crestline an even more congested street, or it will overflow onto the property of First Presbyterian Church. The city study that had made of traffic was inadequate, and we would recommend that you do not approve this plan.
I'm Jim Rumsey. I'm an elder at First Presbyterian Church. The presentation of Jane Eldridge later on and her letter to all of you dated October the 9th, 2021 outlines concisely the problems of this development, which were not addressed by the developer nor the planning staff in the material cited this evening. FPC adopts her position. The real issue is whether or not this is going to allow someone to turn this development into a de facto multiple family, multiple unit development in violation of the zoning. There was an end run made in this situation by going this route and not going through the Planning Commission to request zoning. Anybody who looks at the definition of a duplex in your code sees that it's a single structure that contains 2 primary dwelling units in 1 lot. Kansas law is quite clear that unless a statute, ordinance, or regulation is ambiguous, no other meaning should be given to those definitions. Yet it appears that the planning staff and the developer have done that. They have 2 opinions. It passes everything, but they don't answer the questions that I just mentioned, and they don't answer the questions raised by Ms. Eldridge. Credibility is something that you have to decide. Is their opinion credible? It is not, because we believe there are some motives here that haven't been taken into consideration. The idea of running around the normal procedure suggests that there is something afoot, namely getting approval for a residential zoning that doesn't exist. The evidence of bias or preference, bias, or partiality is also important to consider. Our letters to the planning staff suggest that we had problems. We got a letter on the 9th or an email on the 9th of September saying, oh, I just found it. Either he's not telling the truth about that, or he never made an inquiry back in October or November 2020 as to whether or not any letters had been written. It's a pretty difficult thing to swallow. In addition, there's an email on the 18th of August claiming that they knew the October and November letters were received. And then we have the Zoom meeting, which was supposed to be run by the city, but in fact, they'd made a deal with the developer for the developer to run it, and it was shortened. This false statement that he hadn't received letters and no communication is not a minor thing and should be considered in determining whether or not this plan is credible.
Jim, can you finish?
I will finish in less than 30 seconds. If the planning staff or the developer responds to this, we will not have had a fair opportunity to respond to their comments, and I believe that's a violation of due process.
Good evening. I am Jeff Southard, and I am an elder at First Presbyterian Church. Given my limited time, I will address the issue of drainage, and if time permits, I will also say a few words about affordable housing. On the issue of drainage, the commission should know that according to the developer's own plan, there is a 25-foot drop from the southwest corner of this lot to the northeast, which is at the intersection of Clinton Parkway and Crestline, directly across from the storm drain that is on the edge of the church's property. As we noted in our October letter to the staff of almost a year ago, to which we never had a response, our church has in the past experienced serious problems with water in our basement from stormwater runoff. The stormwater backs up in the sewers and comes into our basement. And this has taken place even when the lot across the street has been covered with grass. This is not seepage, this is stormwater runoff. The developer's plan, approved by the city staff, assumes the city's existing system will be adequate to handle any runoff, even when the 9-acre lot is covered with concrete and buildings. Well, I'm here to tell you that's not going to happen. We have serious, real, historically based concerns that this development, as proposed and approved, will make a bad situation worse by causing still more backups of stormwater onto our basement. And yet, due to the silence of the city staff, we have had no chance to get these concerns addressed. A verdict, in other words, has been issued before there's even been a trial. Now, on the issue of affordable housing, it's been a matter of paramount concern in Lawrence for many years. In every election, there is a discussion about the need for affordable housing. Every candidate and every elected commissioner pledges to address the issue. Well, now's the time. In this plan, as approved, the developer has included no component of affordable housing. While I realize that state law does not allow the commission to mandate that development contain a component for this, it's also true the developer has said that it wants to be a good neighbor. So now it's up to you five, as our representatives, to show whether affordable housing is just a campaign issue or if it's something to be dealt with in a meaningful way. And that would be by having a serious conversation with this developer on that subject. After all, one would think that a development of 63 so-called duplexes, at least a few could be designated as affordable. In conclusion, Commissioners, First Presbyterian Church wants to see this property developed in a right way, in a way consistent with the ordinances and goals of this city, and in a way that does not adversely affect those of us who are already in the neighborhood. As it now stands, the developer's plan should be rejected, for this reason and for a number of other ones, as you will hear in a minute. Thank you.
There, you can look in that camera.
This one?
Top of the TV, and that's,
Oh, okay.
that'll see you then.
All right. Thank you. Do you have the first PowerPoint on the PowerPoint that our neighborhood gave to you? It is a map. Can you?
I don't believe, I only have the two that the first gentleman sent me, and then, oh, I do. She's indicating I have that PowerPoint. Okay.
And could you go to the next?
Hang on just a second. Next slide.
Thank you. Oh, yes, I just need that one that's on the left. I'm Jane Eldridge. I live at 2413 Free State Lane. This is my first opportunity to be in the city commission room in this meeting, and it's very odd talking to a camera and not you lovely commissioners. But thank you for making it possible to do all of this. As you probably can tell, our neighborhood got together and we did plan a presentation that would move from person to person to person, which is why we have this one large slide. The one slide I wanted to talk about was the neighborhood residents, so that you all would understand who lives in this area. And I hope you can see the blue labeled high density is the blue where the proposal for Fountain residential property is. Almost directly across from that on the north side is Clinton Place. That, of course, is the city's senior residential area, and I understand that it has some growth coming up in the future. It is serviced by a service drive, a frontage road that goes from Crestline Drive over to Clinton Place. It's very close to the intersection with Clinton Parkway. And then the church is to the left. The rest of the yellow is all apartments. The interesting thing about these apartments, backing up to the commercial on the east, is that there are only 2 apartment buildings that are 3 stories tall. That's Clinton Place and Prairie Ridge. All of the other apartments, the ones along Crestline Drive, are only 2 stories tall. That's important because on the west side of Crestline Drive is Holcomb Park, is Candle Tree Condominium, and is our neighborhood, Springwood Heights. All of these buildings that exist on this property are 1- and 2-story. So to drop 33 3-story buildings into this site that Fountain proposes to drop is adding height and density that is greater than any of the surrounding ones. I raise this because one of the important policy guides under your consideration this evening is, of course, Plan 2040 and our comprehensive plan. It is our policy guide in determining land use decisions. And one of the important parts of that is preserving and enhancing neighborhoods. These neighborhoods have existed in these conditions around the site of the site plan tonight for quite a long time. The other thing I want to mention is when we're talking about definitions of duplex, you've heard it recited several times, and somehow we're managing to read one lot as something else. I can only tell you that if I had to have a piece of cake, instead of having the one cake that I thought I was entitled to, I'd be very upset. And in this case, if we read one lot as including all buildings, it would be excessive. I'd urge you to look at the definition of the detached building, because that makes it very clear that it is on its own lot. The detached buildings here are not proposed on their own lots. Lastly, there was a reference to the environmental code. There was no sensitive site plan that was prepared or presented prior to the site plan that we see tonight. We should have seen a sensitive code plan. I urge you, please, to deny this because it fails to meet the code, it fails to meet the comprehensive plan, and it fails to follow precedent. Thank you.
Commissioners, my name is Dan Heptig. For the past 36 years, I've lived at 2711 Freedom Hill Court in Springwood Heights. I consider myself an ordinary average person with common sense, and I want to ask you all to please try to see this site plan as an average ordinary person like myself and my neighbors. Please don't just look at the bought and paid for data reports and studies. First slide, please. Fenton Residential is calling these 57 apartments, 33 of which are 3 stories, with 325 parking spaces ringing the inside, duplexes. Every duplex I've ever seen has been a 2-family structure, with each unit having a driveway leading either to a garage or at the very least a drive up leading directly to a front door or a side door. I drive a van for Senior Wheels of Lawrence and Douglas County, and we carry many seniors who live in duplexes from all parts of the city. And every one of those duplexes has had either a driveway or drive up, and never have I seen a 3-story duplex. Commissioners, that's what the common sense person's test of what a duplex is.
Dan, can you pause a second? We're getting the PowerPoint up. I don't want, since you're wanting us to look at it, I didn't want to make you lose some time while we're getting the PowerPoint up.
Sure.
I'm confused as to which slide you're.
Not even close. It's renderings of the duplexes that started it off.
I'm sorry, we're out of order because we were expecting to have the neighborhood speak in a certain order, but since some people are here in person, some people are on Zoom, the order is now off.
Mayor Finkelstein, well, 2 things. One, if we can go ahead and find out where Dan's at, but if you guys have an order of presentation, we can follow that order, be it Zoom or in person. I mean, we're fine with that. I don't want to, I mean, we do that for ease, but if you have a particular order, I think that's fine. We can go through that. That'll make it easier on everyone. So Porter, if you can pull up pull that back up that Jane started.
For some reason, it's trying to, no, hang on, that's not the issue. The challenge is I'm trying to run the Zoom meeting, and this PowerPoint is taking over the entire screen, so I can't see my menu for Zoom. That's part of my challenge here. Bear with me a second. Let me do my best here. I think, Mayor, I may have to leave it on the PowerPoint because when I try to do the presentation, it takes over the entire system. So if this works,
Mayor Finkelstein, yeah, we can see that well, actually better than the last one.
okay, so if you can just tell me which slide that you want me to be on.
I think that's the wrong PowerPoint. I think it's the one Jane had you open.
Okay, sorry. Why is it? I'm totally confused here. This one, correct?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, thank you. It would be helpful if you just tell me the number that you're looking for.
And Mayor Finkelstein, if we go to slide 3, and is there someone who wanted to talk about slide 3? Let's go ahead and let you guys do it in order.
I'll go. I'm on Zoom. Thank you so much. My name is Pat Grisenda, and I live at 2417 Free State Lane in the Springwood Heights subdivision of Lawrence. My husband and I have owned our home for 31 years. Springwood Heights is directly west of the 9.1 acre plot currently being discussed for development. We are bordered on the north by Clinton Parkway, on the south by Holcomb Park, and the west by Lawrence Avenue. Springwood Heights has 55 houses within its boundaries that are 1- and 2-story homes with generally 3- and 4-bedrooms that were built beginning in the late 70s and early 80s. There are 2 cul-de-sacs within Springwood Heights, as well as an historic building, which is the Grover Barn, which you see on the PowerPoint. People say we have an excellent location in Lawrence because we are close to the southern shopping opportunities and bypass access, as well as being close to campus and downtown. The people who live in Springwood Heights take care of their homes. We mow our lawns and we take care of landscaping. We shovel snow on driveways and on city sidewalks. We have new roofs and new driveways. We have walkers and dog walkers on our streets throughout the day, every day. We know each other and we are friendly with each other. We even have a neighborhood party that brings in 70 people when we're not having COVID. The point I'm trying to make is that we're a real neighborhood with good people who care about their homes and care about each other. We are not opposed to development at Clinton Parkway and Crestline. But here we are again, 3 years later, talking to you folks about proper development on this small piece of land. We would be happy to welcome new neighbors, but why don't you develop it in a way for which it was originally planned? Transitional development. That would include being extremely clear about what duplexes really are, what they look like, what properties they have, and what they don't have. Again, we are not opposed to development, but we are opposed to development that is incompatible with our lovely, real neighborhood. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration, and I encourage you to deny this site plan. Thank you so much.
Elizabeth Hessick. Mayor, this is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. I have the list of the order of the neighbors, so I'm just going to call on them in order, regardless of whether they're on Zoom or in person, and then I'll open it up to anyone outside of this group who wants to speak.
Thank you, Sherry. Mayor Finkelstein.
Elizabeth, you may go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you're seeing my video, but I hope you're hearing me.
We are doing both.
Excellent. My name is Elizabeth Pesic. My husband and I have been residents at 2713 West 24th Terrace in Candletree Hills West Homes for over 41 years. Neighborhoods are the heart of any community. Lawrence has a rich history of warm, tight-knit neighborhoods. Preserving existing neighborhoods is a goal of the Lawrence Comprehensive Plan. Hills West Homes Owners Association and its volunteer board have worked tirelessly for nearly 50 years to provide and preserve our neighborhood as a safe, clean, attractive, quiet, single-family, owner-occupied, affordable condominium community. Ours is a diverse neighborhood. Our oldest neighbor, Marcia, is 94. We have several neighbors in their 80s and 90s who've expressed their desire to remain in their homes and age in place. Our youngest neighbor, Hazel, is not yet 2. We have singles, couples, retirees, and families with school-aged children. We've had households with 3 generations under the same roof. We have homes which have passed via inheritance from parents to adult children who are now our neighbors. Many of our residents have lived here for decades. There is a real sense of community and continuity. We're still friends with past neighbors who've moved away. It is the duty and responsibility of the city overall, and planning in particular, to protect and preserve the integrity of existing neighborhoods. 14 homes in Hills West Homes will be particularly affected by the Fountain Development Project, with the backs of their homes within mere feet of the proposed apartments. We recognize KU is an integral part of Lawrence. We have KU students living in Hills West Homes. We would welcome another neighborhood of families on the property to our north. However, potential housing for students should not come at the expense of existing neighborhoods and the current homeowners therein. Please don't hurt a thriving, well-established neighborhood by allowing an overcrowded, rented by the bedroom construction, which by its nature cannot become a true neighborhood of its own. I thank you.
Did you want to finish your comments or start your comments?
If you'd hold the clock for a second. Being an avid golfer, I love the mulligans. But I'd like to know whether you want me to start at the beginning or halfway through.
You can start at the beginning.
Okay.
If that's your preference.
That's fine. Commissioners, my name again is Dan Heptig. For the past 36 years, I've lived at 2711 Freedom Hill Court, in Springwood Heights Addition. I consider myself to be an average, ordinary person with common sense, and I want to ask you all to please see this site plan as an average, ordinary person like myself and my neighbors Please don't just look at the bought and paid for data reports and studies. First slide, please. Fountain Residential is calling these 57 apartment buildings, 33 of which are 3 stories, with 325 parking spaces ringing the inside of their complex, duplexes. Every duplex I've ever seen has been two single-family structures, with each unit having a driveway leading either to a garage or at the very least a drive up leading directly to a front or side door. I drive a van for Senior Wheels of Lawrence and Douglas County, and we carry many seniors who live in duplexes from all parts of the city, and every one of those duplexes has had either a driveway or a drive up, and never have I seen a 3-story duplex. Commissioners, that is what the common sense person's eye test of what a duplex is, and obviously Fountain Residential's description of their duplexes fails that test. Second slide, please. Additionally, please review a memo dated in January of 2011 from former Planning and Development Director Scott McCullough. The lead sentence of the 3rd paragraph identifies the Federal Fair Housing Act Design Manual, written in 1996 and revised only once in 1998. And several of the features to that to the ordinary person are known as ADA requirements. The 3rd and 5th paragraphs of the memo, 3rd page please, and then a few seconds later you can pop the 4th page slide up. The 3rd and 5th paragraphs of the memo, as well as the box chart on pages 2 and 3, state clearly that duplexes are exempt from being built with ADA requirements, but that apartments have to be built with ADA requirements. 5th slide, please. On September 25th this year, I emailed Mr. Tollett of Fountain Residential asking if the proposed 2300 Crestline project would be constructed within the Federal Fair Housing Act Design Manual requirements. His reply, as you can see, was absolutely, the entire project has to and will meet all applicable fair housing and ADA laws. Keywords, has to. Mr. Tollett did not say we don't have to comply with these standards because we're building detached duplexes. He said the project has to, and in this moment, he's correct. The project has to because these 120 units are student housing apartments, not duplexes. Commissioners, these structures are being called duplexes to try to slide in under the current RSO zoning allowance for 2300 Crestline. It's a blatant and sad attempt to rebrand the term duplex. And we, the citizens of Lawrence, and you all, our commissioners of our great city, should not allow this. I most sincerely and humbly ask you to vote against this site plan. I thank you for your time this evening, and I thank each of you for the entirety of your service to Lawrence, Kansas. Thank you.
Cynthia Eubanks.
You're muted, Cynthia.
Good evening. You can hear me now?
Yes.
And thank you for this opportunity. I'm Cynthia Eubanks. I live at 2712 Freedom Hill Court. My husband and I have owned our home there since 1987. And I was a planning commissioner during the time that Horizon 2020 was written. Looking at the city's Horizon 2040 plan, it is quite easy to find 6 declarations, in my view, that are not fully consistent with the plan for the Fountain Residential project. And I'd like to review them quickly with you. I'll start at item 7.3, page 28, under tier 1, which states, provide options throughout Lawrence for smaller residential lots. We're talking about smaller lots, not one lot that is over 9 acres. These 9 acres could certainly someday be replatted to multiple smaller lots for affordable single-family housing or market value single-family housing, or even real duplexes, but not duplexes in name only. And those would be received by the surrounding neighborhood if they were real duplexes. On item 1.3, page 46 of Plan 2040, it states, orient buildings to reflect the predominant neighborhood pattern. Commissioners, Springwood Heights has 56 single-family homes situated on roughly 11 to 12 acres, served by public residential roads with ample but not exorbitant spacing between each home. Quite a contrast to the proposed 63 structures crammed into slightly over 9 acres. serviced by a very cramped parking lot with 325 parking stalls plus a pool, all of which would without a doubt create a very crowded Crestline Drive and 23rd Street intersection. I have a daughter who is now 30-something who attended that preschool years ago. And I remembered back then how unsafe parking on the street was, and we didn't have as much traffic at that time. On item 2.1, page 47 of Plan 2040, it states, maintain the form and pattern of established neighborhoods. Not even close here. We don't have 3-story buildings in our neighborhood. The Fountain Project has 33 3-story buildings, which has been incorrectly and repeatedly told to us in the September 8th Zoom meeting that the plan had more 2-story buildings than 3-story buildings. Also, every building looks alike. Our Springwood Heights neighborhood has a variety of styles: ranch, walkout, bi-level, Cape Cod, and 2-story homes. Fountain does nothing to maintain our form and pattern of this established neighborhood. Item 3, page 47, preserve and enhance the character elements of existing neighborhoods. The main character element of Springwoods Heights is long-term owner-occupied single-family residence. Children are playing in the yards, parents are pushing strollers, et cetera, et cetera. The Fountain plan is for, as you know, short-term student renters. Item
Cynthia,
3.1.
can you go ahead? You need to wrap up. Your 3 minutes is up.
Okay, I will do that. In closing tonight, I beg you to vote against this plan for the sake of maintaining this very viable neighborhood that is vibrant, strong, safe, where a sense of identity has been created. There are historic structures and cultural traditions that are respected. Please help us maintain this gem that we call Springwood Heights. This type of neighborhood that Horizon 2020 and 2040 were written to protect. Thank you.
Shirley Barron. And I'm sorry if I get anyone's name wrong in advance. Go right ahead. Go ahead.
My name is Shirley Barron, and I'm a property owner and resident of Hills West Homes Association. And I thank you for your time and for listening tonight. To be clear, the neighborhoods surrounding the 2300 Crestline site do not object to development of this property. This lot is zoned RSO. The primary purpose of RS districts is intended to create, maintain, and promote housing opportunities for individual households, although they do permit non-residential uses that are compatible with residential neighborhoods, including office uses and as a limited mixed-use district. They are intended for low or medium density. Developed on a 9-acre lot, the condominium neighborhood, Hills West Homes, is a planned unit development for single families, all belonging to a homeowners association. The 2300 Crestline apartment complex would be built on a 9-acre lot. The similarity with the neighborhood ends there. Hills West consists of 18 buildings. Fountain shows 63 structures on their site plan. Hills West has 72 primarily owner-occupied living units compared to Fountain's 120 transient occupied units. Hills West has approximately 145 residents compared to Fountain's purported 319 bedrooms, actual occupancy of which is unknown. Hills West has 2 buildings per acre, Fountain Residential approximately 7 structures per acre. Although this developer is calling these structures duplexes so they can build on the RSO land, they are actually multi-dwelling structures as defined by the Land Development Code 20-1734-8. Please consider, is this project appropriate for the location and is it in compliance with the city's own RSO definition? Is it truly low or medium density? Is it geared to be individual households or just individuals? Does this developer build other than student housing? Speaking for the neighborhood, we believe it is time for the city to approve zoning and neighborhood appropriate development when it does become available. We respectfully request that you overturn the approval of 2300 Crestline project. And for me personally, I beg you, I implore you to overturn this approval. Thank you for your time and your service.
Krista Caffey.
Next slide, please. Thank you. Good evening. I am Krista Caffey. My husband and I purchased the property at 2704 Freedom Hill Court this summer in June. Our property is directly adjacent on the west side to the proposed development at 2300 Crestline Drive. We object to this proposed site plan from Fountain Residential. I feel that their plan proposal is fundamentally out of character for RSO zones elsewhere in Lawrence. The site plan as submitted represents a significant reinterpretation of the intended use of RSO that will change not only the character of our neighborhood, but the intended purpose of RSO zoning, setting a new precedence. Next slide, please. Being new to Lawrence, we thought this would be a good opportunity to better understand RSO zoning land usage. We worked with our neighbors, as you can see, and looked at properties in the city of Lawrence zoned RSO. There are 43 zoned RSO districts. 22 of those are non-residential. The remaining 21 properties are a mixture of residential districts, combination of office and residential districts, and then undeveloped land. Next slide, please. This is the City of Lawrence definition of RSO zoning. I will not read it to you. You've heard it a couple times already tonight, but a few important points: low and medium density residential neighborhoods. The district is also intended to be used as a transitional zoning district between high density commercial areas and residential neighborhoods. The district allows detached dwellings and duplexes. Next slide, please. This is the city's definition of a duplex. As we traveled the city of Lawrence, we were unable to locate a single district with RSO zoning that is similar to the Fountain Residential Partners proposal at 2300 Crestline Drive. Next slide, please. These are the 41 of the RSO zone districts in Lawrence. Next slide, please. If we remove 22 of the non-residential districts that are RSO and we sort by acreage size, we want to point out to you that the proposed Fountain project is currently the largest proposed residential only district. We would be happy to share with you this full list at your request anytime. But in light of this limited time that we have to present, we are going to focus on two of the largest current RSO zoning districts that are only residential. I encourage you to disapprove this site plan. Thank you for your time. My husband, Rob, will continue.
Sharing a same computer. Good evening. My name is Rob Caffey, and as my wife mentioned, we looked at RSO zones all over town. We just drove around and looked at them. We want to focus on the two largest. We found them to be very different in character from the development that's proposed by Fountain Residential. And the neighborhoods that we saw were what I would consider duplex neighborhoods. Next slide, please. Starting off, we looked at the Stonehawk Court neighborhood located in Southwest Lawrence. It's a 5.27 acre district. It has 14 structures with 2 primary dwelling units on each lot. Next slide, please. These are rental units. They're single-story dwellings with attached garages, driveways, and a nice yard. Next slide. This is a good example of what I would consider the RSO transitional zoning usage. It's bordered with residential neighborhoods and higher density residential. I would consider this a regular duplex neighborhood. Next slide. The next property we looked at is Larkspur Court. It's also in Southwest Lawrence. This area is very similar to the Crestline property. It is surrounded by single-family dwelling neighborhoods, and it even has a child daycare facility across the street. It's 5.11 acres with 12 structures with 2 primary dwelling units on each lot. Next slide, please. These are individually owned units. They're double-story dwellings, again with attached garages, driveways, and a yard. Another example of a duplex neighborhood. Next slide. In contrast, the Fountain Residential proposed plan at 120 units with 319 beds, compared to other developments that we saw in RSO zones, this is much higher density, the buildings are taller, and it's unlike the duplexes we found elsewhere in the city of Lawrence. These buildings are not what I would even consider duplexes in the traditional sense. Next slide, please. The proposed development represents a fundamental reinterpretation of the intended use of RSO zone property in the city of Lawrence. And if this plan is approved, it will set a new precedent in the acceptable use of RSO zoning. Having recently shopped for a house here in Lawrence, we're acutely aware of the housing shortage in and around Lawrence. And we're not opposed to the development of this land in general, but this particular plan is clearly a departure from the intended use of RSO zoning. As you look at the site proposal, this is not what I would consider low density or duplex in the traditional sense. We encourage and support a development project that better matches the way RSO zones are used in other places around town, like the ones we showed you tonight. It's easy to understand why the developer wants to pack as many units as they can into the space or stretch the definition of what constitutes a duplex, but that doesn't mean approving this plan is in the best interest of the neighborhoods or in the citizens of Lawrence. I encourage you to disapprove the site plan. Thank you.
Catherine Noble.
Hi, my name is Catherine Noble. My 90-year-old grandmother owns one of the condos on the corner of Crestline Drive and West 24th Terrace. We both oppose the development of this project. One of our concerns is the high burden of traffic the corner already endures. On average, from the 2017 traffic study, there are 1,857 trip-ins in a 24-hour period from December 2017 and 927 trip-ins during the 24-hour period in September 2020. This was during the COVID-19 pandemic when traffic was reduced. Many of the employees at the Child Development Center located on Crestline Drive park on the east side of the street, creating a narrower road that can allow only one car to pass at a time. In addition, we are on a transit route with buses passing every 30 minutes. We have ambulances and fire trucks that commonly come by, primarily to Prairie Ridge Place apartments. We have called ambulances for my grandmother in the past, and we are concerned about the increased traffic, potentially impeding emergency vehicles from accessing her property in a timely manner. Another concern we have is the lack of sidewalk access on the Crestline and West 24th Terrace. We have a small private pathway in between us and an adjacent condo that we are concerned may be used for easy access by renters of the new development to access the bus route. My grandmother chose this location to live because of the quiet neighborhood, and we are concerned these changes will make it challenging for her to enjoy her retirement here. Thank you.
Joe Rosenda.
Hello? I believe I'm on.
Yes.
Oh, great. Good evening. What I had done, and this was done 3 years ago and updated this year, I asked Lawrence Fire and Medical to give me a run of a quadrant that consisted basically of Clinton Parkway to the north, Iowa Street to the east, 27th Street to the south, and Lawrence Avenue to the west. I don't think we've got a chart up there because there's just hundreds and hundreds of calls. And 50% of those calls were going up into Pioneer Ridge and Clinton Parkway. And it just, the narrowness of the street, the parking on the street, the difficulty getting in, and these calls can go from anywhere from one vehicle to many. And it's just, I cannot see with any more traffic, any more that this is, as Catherine, or the person before me stated, there's a problem here already. And I think there was just a recent incident with trucks couldn't get in and out. I just think that this is just not going to work out well for all the neighbors involved. And that's all I have. And I'm short on this. And I don't think there's slides up about how many calls are actually have come in now in the last 13 years. That's what I have. Thank you.
Lynn Abrams.
Hi, my name is Lynn Abrams. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay.
Yes.
So I live at 2501 West 24th Terrace. I've lived here in Candle Tree Condos, lived here for a little over 20 years. I'm right on the corner of 24th Terrace and Crestline. So that's that corner directly adjacent to the development. And I'm on that very, very busy intersection. And I wanted to talk just briefly about the fact that a good 50 to 55%, apparently over a traffic study that was done over the last 10 years, apparently 50 to 55% of all emergency vehicles dispatched to this general area come down this Crestline, down this street over to Prairie Ridge. And I would guess that I've been trying to sort of keep mental track, I think at least once or twice a week, and sometimes more than once in a day, several emergency vehicles will come screaming around that corner. Already, and I don't think that traffic study could have taken any of that into consideration. The difficulty of going from Crestline entering onto Clinton Parkway is already pretty bad, pretty significant. And I'm retired now, but when I was working, I would turn onto that corner and sometimes have to sit 3 times, like through 3 of the left turn signals before I could even get on to Iowa Street. With 319 at least more cars, if not more, I can't imagine that being any better. And this is already one of the most dangerous intersections for accidents. And I've seen somebody come around that corner and not be able to stop and run right into the apartment buildings. I saw a resident almost get run over by another car coming around the corner. And just innumerable accidents happen at that corner. And I noticed that on the entry and exits, there's one of them that's right by my house. So if that corner wasn't already bad enough, now we got cars coming in and out of that apartment complex, because it's not duplex, but in the apartment complex, all day long. And again, the concerns about what happens if, say, everybody that lives there has a car and they have company. Now, where is everybody going to park? So I would urge you, for reasons of traffic concerns, to decline, to disapprove of this proposal. Thank you very much for your time.
Christine Kate.
Hi, could you please go to the next slide? Thank you. Good evening. My name is Christine Kate, and I live on Freedom Hill Court. I spoke to concerning traffic issues in 2018 when another large-scale housing development was proposed for this same site. Nothing has changed in the past 3.5 years that would make the amount of traffic generated by a complex of this magnitude work for the existing road structures. I was very surprised that the site plan requirement to provide a traffic impact study was waived, because the existing traffic using the Crestline and Clinton Parkway intersection is already a problem that should be dealt with, even without a new development under consideration. Here is a map with all of the streets in this area, including Crestline Drive, going straight up and down, 24th Street, a little bit further south, going east and west, Melrose Lane, and 25th Street. Additionally, please note the frontage road running parallel to Clinton Parkway, which is the only entrance and exit to Clinton Place Senior Living. We need to know what the current conditions are in this area, not just how much new traffic the developer claims will be generated by the proposed development. The developer has only supplied some data about the impact of the proposed development without any analysis considering effects on the entire transportation network in the neighborhood. Already, the existing road structures are having difficulty supporting emergency services. On September 8th, 2021, the fire department responded to what was thankfully a false alarm at the First 5 Years program at First Presbyterian Church. It was around noon when families, including my mom, who was picking up our 1-year-old son, were arriving to pick up children when a fire alarm was accidentally pulled. The responding ladder truck had difficulties pulling into and out of the church parking lot from Crestline and Clinton Parkway. I can only imagine how much more difficulty they'd have with over 300 cars. Next slide, please. It's not just emergency vehicles that are affected. These next few photos show northbound traffic on Crestline at various times of the day, backed up beyond the frontage road. This first photo was taken in January 2018. And the others were taken in the past 2 months. This photo was taken on the frontage road facing west. It shows the complete inability this car has to go anywhere other than north on Crestline or turn right and head east on Clinton Parkway. It also shows that people turning south off of Clinton Parkway cannot access the frontage road. Next slide, please. Here's the same spot 3.5 years later in September 2021. And we can see the conditions have not improved at all. It is a very common occurrence, next slide please, for this frontage road to be blocked when there are 3 or more cars waiting to turn left or continue straight. Anyone needing to access it from Clinton Parkway must turn across 3 lanes of northbound traffic. This causes many drivers to stop on southbound Crestline. What normally happens is these drivers stop to wait to turn left and traffic gets backed up even more. Right now, we know there's an existing traffic problem that should be understood before the impact of any additional traffic can logically be considered. Thank you for your time.
Alex, Kate?
Good evening. My name is Alex Kate, and I also live at 2707 Freedom Hill Court. I too was surprised by the lack of a requirement for a full traffic impact study. For comparison's sake, here is what Land Plan Engineering provided for this current development, while this is what they prepared 3.5 years ago for a prior project. For those of you unable to see what I'm holding up, the complete traffic information for this current project is contained within a 4-page document with a 5-page appendix, whereas the previous project had a 22-page document with 4 appendices, which totaled 109 pages of supporting data. The 2017 traffic study provided full traffic counts and levels of service for the affected intersections. Back then, for example, as you can see on this map, Crestline and Clinton Parkway northbound, either turning left or going straight, was rated a level E on an A to F scale. Has the city done any more to update these traffic counts, specifically considering any effects stemming from the retiming of traffic lights that was done along Clinton Parkway? This would have significantly changed any data related to side street intersections such as Crestline. Also, the other major entrance to this proposed development, which would be 25th and Iowa, is also rated D on an A to F scale. It would seem sensible to perform a current traffic impact study to gauge changes in patterns and volumes since the last traffic counts were provided in 2015. The traffic impact data for this current project has a list of other developments in the vicinity of the project site, and it omits the additional apartment complexes along 24th Terrace and Melrose Lane, which is Gazebo and Prairie Ridge. These complexes were listed on previous traffic studies as existing developments, and all these complexes are still there. But for some reason, we're left off of this new traffic impact data, and it also contains zero mention of the frontage road. Regardless of how they've arranged for their residents to enter and exit the proposed development site, these residents will still have to use the intersection of Crestline and Clinton Parkway or 25th and Iowa to enter the rest of Lawrence. Again, we see a situation where the land space might fit the proposed development, but the existing road structures do not. Next slide, please. The 2019 summer traffic counts completed by KDOT reported that 23rd and Iowa, immediately to the east, is the 3rd busiest intersection in Lawrence, and Clinton Parkway and Castle to the west is the 4th busiest. Note this was completed in the summer before students and teachers of all ages were back in school. These counts were also completed before Castle was expanded at the current intersection. We firmly believe the site plan should be denied based on incomplete but necessary information about the traffic impact of the proposed development. Thank you for your time.
Howard Weaver?
Next slide, please. My name is Howard Weaver. My home is located at 2700 Stone Barn Terrace which is on the northwest corner of the proposed development. I've lived there for over 38 years. I've known that the property at 2300 Crestline would someday be developed, likely into duplexes with single-family homes. I would welcome the new neighbors that would come with duplexes. Instead of building the duplexes the property is zoned for, the owner keeps trying to build apartment buildings. Even though the project is being called duplexes, anyone can look at it and see that it's just a 319-bedroom apartment complex. I have many concerns about the current fountain proposal, including traffic, drainage, proposed population density, parking, and the impact on lands that were deemed environmentally sensitive by the previous planning director, Mr. Scott McCulloch. In February 2018, the owner of 2300 Crestline had thousands of square feet. Next slide, please. Had thousands of square feet of mature trees bulldozed. Mr. McCulloch told the owner that the trees and the sensitive lands would have to be replaced on a one-to-one basis. My neighbors and I applaud Mr. McCulloch and the city for holding the owner accountable for the destruction of those trees. But now we're told that the owner gets a pass. The owner gets to build apartments without replacing the trees one-to-one, as Mr. McCulloch told them they would have to do. What has changed in the 3 years since the trees were destroyed? No new trees were ever planted, and no one was ever held accountable for their actions. It actually seems to us that the property owner is being rewarded for bad behavior since he gets to build an apartment complex where duplexes were supposed to be built. Could I have next slide, please? You can see there was a clear-cut space there. And next slide. And that's another view of the clear cut. Next slide, please. That's the heavy equipment that he brought in to clear the land. Next slide, please. And that's another picture of the land that has been cleared. Next slide, please. And again, more heavy equipment. Next slide, please. And you can see that after he was told to cease and desist after the initial clear cut, he went in and cleared an extensive part of an existing forest, which was deemed environmentally sensitive by the former director. I hope the City Commission will stand with the neighborhood and Mr. McCulloch and have the owners of the property restore the forest, not with landscape plantings that will restore the forest that was removed without proper permitting. I hope you will see the current proposal for the apartment complex isn't compatible with our neighborhood, and please deny their request. Thank you.
Mike Schertz.
Yes, greetings. Good evening, everyone. I'm Mike Schertz, and I want to thank the Commission for the opportunity to comment on the proposed fountain project at 2300 Crestline Drive. I have lived in Springwood Heights neighborhood for 39 years, where I reside at 2300 Free State Lane, immediately to the west of the proposed 2300 Crestline Drive site. I have certainly enjoyed living in this friendly neighborhood, coexisting with a wonderful mix of a park, churches, townhomes, businesses farther to the south and east. When our neighborhood was established many years ago, it was decided that there would be no street lights installed, but simply a pole light placed in each yard, illuminating our yards and driveways. This has created a very peaceful atmosphere during the evening hours. With the proposed fountain project housing 319 students, this atmosphere would be greatly affected, as well as the noise level. Concerning light, we would experience some sky glow, light bouncing off the atmosphere, and also light trespass throughout parts of the neighborhoods. With no detailed light study other than Fountain mentioning the use of LED lighting, we have no idea of how great the impact would be. The sky glow throughout the neighborhoods would diminish the darkness. Light trespass would also affect homes like mine adjacent to the proposed site, subjecting us to not only the lights illuminating the parking lot, but also to cars coming and going 24/7, with their lights shining through fences and trees, entering our windows in the middle of the night. The buffer is to be nothing more than a few existing older trees and a few newly planted trees that would take years to mature. Neither of these would sufficiently block the light sources coming from that site, and especially in the winter months. Noise pollution in our case would be generally not expect it to be high decibel, but rather a constant buzz of background noise that would be detrimental to the residential living, punctuated with occasional louder and distracting noise events, those being such as increased auto traffic on Clinton Parkway, Crestline Drive, and the proposed parking lot, vehicles in the parking lot with people talking, doors slamming, engines starting, outdoor gatherings, and potentially loud music, parking lot snow removal, plows, possibly in the early morning hours. We certainly have imagined for some time, and again, I've been here 39 years, that we'd have new neighbors to the east, and we would have looked forward to welcoming transitional buildings such as low-profile duplexes with dedicated driveways, carports, or garages, or an office park, for example. The proposed project would be an abrupt intrusion going from a peaceful single-family neighborhood to a group of 2- and 3-story duplexes filled with college students that have been proposed such a scant 80 feet away from homes to the west, that being mine being one of them. This apartment-like project does not belong next door to a quiet neighborhood of families where many of us have lived here for several decades. A constant revolving door of transient students coming and then leaving Lawrence is certainly not compatible with a well-established neighborhood. I implore you to say nix to this project. Hey, thanks so much for your time and allowing me to comment.
Bill Lane.
You can skip Bill Lane and Suzanne Mills.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Travis Harrod. I live in the Springwood Heights neighborhood. A little while ago, Mr. Musel, representing Fountain Residential, told you very passionately that the proposed site plan here, the approved site plan, meets all requirements. And I will tell you objectively that it does not. It fails in 4 places, and you've heard about all 4 of those tonight, and I will sum up quickly. The first 2 have to do with our land development code. First, this site plan can't exist without a very, very strained and unprecedented usage of the definition of duplex. We all know what duplex means. We can look it up in the dictionary, and if you do look it up in the dictionary, you will see that duplex as defined in our land development code tracks very closely with what you'll see it is defined in the dictionary. However, we now have duplex meaning apparently apartment complex, which would then render moot or irrelevant the definition for multi-use dwelling that is further on in our land development code. People rely on plain English reading of the code to know what they can do and what they can expect others can do with their property. We find a similar problem with the RSO district being stretched to quite a degree. RSO, very simply in our code, is low to medium density transitional. It's supposed to be duplexes or light office. This is an apartment complex with 319 apartments. We all know that to be true, but yet we are shoehorning it into an RSO district that's been on the books for years, that your predecessors approved and never changed. But yet now it is inconvenient for the plans of this development, and so we have to bang a square peg into a round hole to make it happen. The third place where we fail is this does not comply with our land development code 2040. Our land development code is directional. It is not aspirational. And we can see that in practically the preamble of our land development code. Our comprehensive plan tells us that we are to promote strong neighborhoods. And even though we see that at the very beginning of the staff report, create strong, welcoming neighborhoods, it's really it's being used as a platitude, really, like have a nice day. No, creating strong neighborhoods is directional. And our land development code has to follow the comprehensive plan. So you've heard ample evidence tonight, and you also have in your possession a petition signed by more than 100 residents surrounding this, that they oppose this. So clearly it does not create a strong, welcoming neighborhood. And then lastly, regarding the issue of destruction of sensitive lands, right now, this project only can exist if the applicant is allowed to restore sensitive lands using buffer yards, which is absolutely contrary to what Director McCullough told them 3 years ago. So if any one of those 4 pieces are gone, then this plan is not compliant with our code, which it must be. And I would assert to you that all 4 are failures on the part of this plan, not just one. Thank you so much for your time tonight and for hearing out my neighbors and stakeholders in this issue.
Is there anyone else here at City Hall who would like to speak to this item who has not already spoken to this item? Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to provide comment on this item who has not already spoken to this item? Can you open the chat from the reporter? Thank you. Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I want to mention something that was brought up earlier. It said like one of the earlier public speakers mentioned the neighborhood residents, and then they showed like some stats, and then it said like when they did the neighborhood count, said 6 apartment complexes in that area accounted for approximately over, it looks like 1,020 residents. What I found interesting, and if you look through that petition, I didn't see any address from one of those major complexes. Isn't it weird that you have this push for strong, welcoming neighborhoods, and they don't have any signatures from the people living in the big major complexes in the area? I think this is a lot of NIMBYism, to be honest. And if we're talking about Plan 2040 and this not complying with it, I thought the whole purpose of Plan 2040 was to increase population density. I mean, this is doing exactly what Plan 2040 calls for, which I was against Plan 2040, but I'm just calling it how I see it. And when it comes to traffic, if it's so dangerous, like those cars parking on the side of the street, why are we letting the Childhood Development Center do it? I mean, that's where, I mean, if it's such a problem, how come they're not out there saying, hey, you need to stop letting the parents park across from the childhood center because it's a danger? I mean, if we're gonna, I'm not saying we need to crack down on it. I don't think it is a problem. I think what's going on is it's just people don't want college students moving into their neighborhood, and they're just, using whatever they can to get out of it. But I mean, if we're gonna start talking about parking and trafficking, then you need to maybe tell the childhood daycare center that they need more parking spaces. Let's see if I have anything else. Oh yeah, maybe we do just need to change the RSO. I mean, because there are already major apartment complexes, like directly across the street, you have a major apartment complex. So, I mean, maybe that just needs to change the district. And also, I think the developer, I think they should be forced to plant the trees that they cut down that they shouldn't. Like before they're allowed to build, they should be forced to fix what they did first. So, thank you.
Alex Leandazuri.
Alex, you're muted.
Yes, I am. I apologize. My name is Alex Leandazuri. I had a daughter who used to attend Lawrence Child Development Center and actually will during the times of longer breaks, so winter break, summer break, so on. I wanted to talk about a couple of things that has come up today. So first, the big thing with the company that we're seeing today is they said they wanted to work with the community, with the neighborhoods. They haven't done any of that. They didn't come to the community. They didn't come to the church. They didn't come to the HOAs. They didn't come to the school until after they had submitted the development. If they wanted to work with everyone, they would have said, hey, this is what we want to do. Let's make something that'll work for everyone. During the two meetings, the developer was specifically asked by me and other people, how are they going to keep the kids safe during the construction? Verbatim, the VP or president, I can't remember who was doing the presentation, said it is not their problem to deal with the safety of the kids. They don't have to deal with that at all. That alone should be the item that strikes this project for you. If they're not concerned with the safety of the kids of the school they're building around, that's not okay. The next thing people have brought up is the traffic studies and EMS. I'm an EMT, have been one for 15 years. I am not an EMT here in Douglas County, but over in Wyandotte County and city of Bonner Springs. The traffic that this complex is going to bring is going to definitely slow down response times to the church, to the school, to the neighborhoods, to the apartment complexes that are in the area. The rigs keep getting bigger and bigger, and in addition to the ambulances, there's always usually a pumper or an engine that comes based on the manpower that's needed for the call, whether it's a stroke and MI or something like that. Next, they keep saying that these are going to be luxury student cottages that are going to be meant for students, young adult, or young professionals, and professors. In what common sense world would a professor live next door to their students? That's just not going to happen. It's ridiculous. Not going to happen. Nor would a young family growing up want to be living next to college parties. If that was the case, then we'd see families living right next to sorority and fraternity row. We don't see that. We see students in that area. During the second meeting, coming back to talking about, excuse me, honey. During the second meeting, the VP refused to answer any questions that he deemed disrespectful. The definition of disrespectful was any person that asked a question that he did not like. It wasn't, everybody was calm, professional, and everybody just asked questions in a chat. So how you get disrespect from a chat unless you're swearing or something like that, which didn't happen. You could see everything from there. Finally, I want to talk about something that was brought up during the presentation, and that is that there is no buffer at the back of the playground. And I'd like to share my screen. I know I'm coming up on time. So if you just grant me this 1 second, I will do that. Sorry, I just want to get this. I don't know how to share screen. There we go. Here we go. So this is a picture of what it would look like behind the playground. There is no buffer. There is no guard for anything from these apartment complexes. These are not duplexes because duplexes are one story. There are multiple stories. They talked about they couldn't do it because of a water line. Then move the water line. You're already going to be digging everything up. So with that being said, I think this is just showing a developer who has no care for the city or the area where they're trying to put this complex. Thank you for your time.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Thank you for those comments. I think we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break before we come back with questions and follow up and discussion. So it's 8:02. We'll come back at 8:12.
We are ready, Mayor.
Mayor Finkel, aye. We are coming back from break. I'll go ahead and take roll. Vice Mayor Shipley?
Here.
Commissioner Nanda?
Here.
Commissioner Lawson?
Here.
Commissioner Bully?
Here.
Mayor Finkel, aye, present. We are all back and we have closed public comment. So now that brings us back to the commission for questions for staff or the applicant. Who has questions?
This is Commissioner Larson, Mayor. Can I go ahead? I did have one question. At the beginning of the discussion by the one of the employees of the daycare, they had talked about buffer yards can't be used as sensitive lands. I thought that's what I heard. Could somebody from staff speak about that, what that requirement is? Can't hear you, Becky.
Thank you. Sorry about that. This is Becky Pepper with Planning. The Land Development Code does allow it for existing trees to meet a landscaping It allows for existing trees to meet landscaping standards in our Article 10, our landscaping and screening requirements, which are included in our buffer yard requirements. It does state, though, that those landscaping standards need to meet the replacement requirement for the sensitive lands, or for if it's and so in this instance, a buffer yard tree would only be held to, for example, a shade tree would only be required to have a minimum caliper size of 2.5 inches, whereas if it were used as a replacement tree for a sensitive land requirement, it would have to have a minimum 4-inch caliper size. And so the repopulation of the sensitive lands in that buffer area, those would be held to that replacement population requirement. So they would not be held to the minimum size requirement that a buffer yard tree landscaping standard would held to. They would be held to that replacement, so that larger size requirement. And so because the Article 10 does allow for what would have been existing vegetation to be counted towards meeting those landscaping requirements, such as the buffer yard. That is why that was permitted by staff. The earlier indication from our previous planning director, Scott McCullough, was that they could not do that, but that determination wasn't necessarily supported by the code.
Thank you. Thank you. I had one more question about trees, the tree issue. I had asked staff if specific species of trees are required or allowed, if there's a list of them, and staff did come back and provide a list of trees that were considered to be proper for this. And one of them that was listed, which surprised me, and maybe somebody from Parks and Rec can help explain why, is the ash tree. That's considered to be a tree that would be okay to plant in on the property. Given our history or what is going on with the emerald ash borer, is ash tree still on our list of approved trees?
This is Becky Pepper with Planning. I'm going to try to answer this question. It's not my, certainly can't speak as directly for Parks and our forestry and horticulture manager, but I believe that was a species of tree that is listed as an acceptable tree. However, through that review, I think that would be identified and discouraged. And I would imagine that that would be a tree species that would not be listed with a future code rewrite, or if we were to do a text amendment on that.
And I don't mean to think that that's a criteria. I just was surprised to see that listed as an appropriate tree to plant at this time, considering the millions of dollars we are spending right now to take care of the emerald ash borer situation. So that's the only questions I have right at this moment.
Okay. Vice Mayor Shipley, I do want to talk about the traffic or ask about the traffic study a little bit more. And I saw that MSO weighed in at the time, but I didn't see that there was, I didn't know that that included EMS or the chief or any of the other chiefs could talk about call volume in that space. Is there anybody on the line who could talk to that? Oh, there you are. Hey, Chief.
Commissioner Shipley, Sean Coffey, Fire Chief. I cannot give you any direct numbers on call volume in that area. Obviously, access is always a concern for us in all areas of the city. We like to maintain that access, as the caller mentioned. Some of our apparatus are getting bigger, but we do have that challenge in many areas of the community as well. But if you would like a follow-up number on calls to the neighborhood or to the daycare on 23rd Street, or we could give you a general idea about that, but I cannot provide that at this time.
Commissioner Shipley, Adam Heffley, Interim Chief of Police. Hello. I have to kind of echo Chief Coffey's remarks there. I can't give you a specific call number. I do feel comfortable saying increased volume and traffic, increased population density in an area tends to increase call load, but I would be very reticent to give you any kind of numbers without doing some research, but I can do so.
Vice Mayor Shipley, this may be an MSO question then. It didn't occur to me till just now that this is not only appear to be a high traffic area for EMS for different reasons, but and I'm sorry, and also the police, but having lived here a long time is also a cut through to get to Holcomb Park. Does MSO want to talk about how they interpreted this particular traffic study?
This is Dustin Smith. I'm Senior Project Engineer with MSO. And yeah, I'll talk about the traffic study a little bit. So I start with just saying that the traffic study that was provided with this application was, followed our guidelines for traffic studies of a development of this scale, and followed standard practice for estimating the number of new trips that would be generated by this development. And I guess just address a question that I think one of the members of the public brought up was regarding the level of service at the signal at Crestline and Clinton Parkway. So as you know, at least the city staff and commissioners are probably aware, we've recently did a signal optimization project on Clinton Parkway. And so we do have traffic counts from December of 2019, which would be before COVID. So should be pretty accurate representation of the traffic volume at that time. And then we used those traffic volumes from 2019 to optimize the signal timings, and this intersection was included in that. And so using those 2019 volumes, the level of service in the morning peak hour at Clinton and Crestline is level service A, and with 48% of the intersection capacity utilized. And then the PM peak hour, again, the 2019 traffic volumes was a level of service B, and 52% of the intersection capacity utilized. So they're I guess the takeaway from that is that the the additional trips generated by this development would be 60 in the AM peak hour and 74 additional trips in the PM peak hour. And with, the intersection currently at approximately 50% of capacity, that could easily be accommodated.
Vice Mayor Shipley, I might be wrong, but I thought I heard a member of the public say that one of the times that children get picked up and dropped off might be at noon. Do you have times for midday or any kind of data for midday?
Dustin Smith with MSO. I believe I do. I did not have that pulled up. I can give me a minute here. I should be able to pull it up and let you know what those numbers look like. So again, Dustin Smith with MSO. So looking at the midday peak hour at Clinton Parkway and Crestline Signal, the level of service again is an A with 43% of the intersection capacity utilized. So again, capacity available to accommodate the additional trips generated by the development.
Mayor Fingold, Becky or Jeff, could you talk about obviously this issue with the duplex and on the one lot, and again, how are you defining duplex, and how does that one lot fit into that?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. Be happy to answer that question, Mayor. The development code looks at a variety of uses. They call them household living uses. And you go down through the tables, it prescribes a different set that you saw in Article 4 for detached dwelling, duplex, attached dwelling, and some others in there. And when you go and look in the definitions for the code, it does describe a duplex as a single structure containing two primary dwelling units on one lot. And that does help differentiate it from an attached dwelling, which you'll see is I think it's in the same section. Apologies, I lost my number on that one there. But it defines it because those are on their own lots. They're attached, but on their own lots. And when you have 3 or more units attached, the code views that as a multi-dwelling structure. So the definitions are used to kind of differentiate between the different building types that you would see in a possible development area.
Mayor Fingold, so when it says a dwelling unit on one lot, you're saying that means differentiates it from the multi-dwelling? I'm missing. Say that one more time.
Sure. Yeah, I think I may have muddled my words there a little bit. For a duplex dwelling, it is 2 units that are attached that are on one lot. As you go up to an attached dwelling, that would be multiple units that are attached by a common wall or structure in some capacity that are on their individual lots. So think of if you want to think of the best way to picture them as like a townhouse or a townhome kind of design. That's usually what most people envision with those. When 3 units or more are attached in a capacity, that's when it becomes a multi-dwelling structure under the land development code. And the differential is kind of provided in the definition. So the duplex definition of 2 units on one lot differentiates it from an attached dwelling, and it differentiates it again from a multi-dwelling structure. I hope I did better that time.
Mayor Fingold, that does help. What about, is there anything in the definition about driveways or garages? I mean, again, that's the typical duplex thought process, but is there anything in the code that defines what a duplex is? And I guess the same question for the 3-story duplex and the idea that, again, I don't know of too many 3-story duplexes, but maybe there are some. Is that even part of the definition?
Jeff Craig, Planning Development Services Director. No, the definition does not contain any descriptions related to driveways and garages. The Article 9 of the Land Development Code requires off-street parking to be provided at a certain level, 1 per bedroom for a duplex or 2 per dwelling unit, 2 per structure for a detached dwelling. So it does provide it in that sense, but it doesn't mandate or require driveways and garages to be included in there. It also doesn't prescribe necessarily that it has to be a side-by-side. The definition also contains an instance of discussion about what most people think of as an up-down duplex, where you might enter on the ground level and then have story above and a story above again for living quarters or for other bedrooms. So it doesn't differentiate a particular architectural type as a duplex.
Mayor Finkel, I think you answered my follow-up question. Is that what these 3 stories are? Is that 2 sides with three levels up, or how are those defined on the inside to be a duplex?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. Based on the information provided to us by the developer, that was indicated that they would be a up-down duplex defined structure. So it could be multiple. It wouldn't be linear across the ground. It could be multiple stories up and constitute a duplex unit.
Mayor Finkel, thank you. I guess while we have you, can you talk about this idea of RSO being just a full duplex as opposed to having the office involved or any other uses, and whether or not that meets the definition of our code?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. The RSO district does allow for a variety of uses, and you can kind of see the permitted uses in Article 4, and it ranges from administrative and professional offices to detached dwellings. The RSO district does not prescribe a minimum mixture of requiring certain uses be at certain percentages. Some zoning districts in some cities will require that an area has to have 50% of one particular use type and 50% of another particular use type. Office versus residence. RSO district does not contain that. So it is possible to have an RSO district that is comprised of a single use that's permitted in Article 4 of the Land Development Code.
Mayor Finkel, thank you. Other questions?
This is Commissioner Boley. I think I'm going to try to get you to answer the question you answered for the mayor because I didn't understand it. These duplexes, are they essentially 2 vertical living units that are attached, or are they stacked? I don't understand.
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. I would defer to the applicant to confirm, but my understanding of it is that the duplexes do move vertically in the buildings, not necessarily horizontally along the ground, but I would defer to the applicant to confirm that.
Greg Musel on behalf of the applicant. Sorry, we'll mute here. Confirm for the commission that these are vertical side-by-side duplexes, so they're not stacked. The units will be vertical side-by-side, with the 3 stories having the main living area on the main floor, and then the second and third levels being bedrooms.
Mayor Finkel, one of the first speakers related to the child care center talked about an easement that reduces the parking. Can someone speak about that easement and whose easement it is and if it's going away? Then I'm going to have a follow-up question on the easement for the water line, but I didn't know if those were the same or different. Becky?
Yeah, Becky Pepper, Planning. There is a cross-access easement that was established when the property was platted in 1983. That easement, however, did not establish shared parking in that area. It is only for access. The easement was dedicated via a separate instrument, so it is still in existence. If Parking is currently used on that shared access easement. At this time, that was not approved with the previous site planning approvals for the daycare center back in 83 when that was first completed with at that time it was called a use upon review, which would be very similar to a special use permit now.
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you. And then can you talk about I think you said in your presentation, because of the water line easement possibly, you had approved an alternative planting there with just bushes? Is that how I understood the water line and that back border of the childcare center?
Becky Pepper, planning. Correct. The site plan was showing a private water line extension in that area, so it's not necessarily an issue with an easement. It is just the interference between the landscaping, the trees, and the root system with the water line. The conflict of that.
Mayor Finkelstein, under the site plan, there's not a berm or a fence there, it's just the bushes, correct?
Becky Pepper, planning, correct.
Mayor Finkelstein, other questions?
Vice Mayor Shipley, there was an inquiry about the fair housing definition of duplexes, which would not require ADA compliance, but apartments do. It was a little muddled, but I wondered if anyone on staff was following that line with respect to the buildings that are 3 stories, particularly.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services Director. I will definitely try. I will say that I am not an expert on all ADA codes and items, but as my understanding is that the International Building Code does not require ADA access for a detached dwelling or a duplex structure in the same manner that it would require for an apartment building or the term that it's used in code is a higher occupancy structure. So my understanding of it is that the code does not, the ADA code does not carry through to detached dwellings and duplexes in the same way as it would a apartment or a hotel or a different accessible structure, or excuse me, it's different structure and accessible needs.
Vice Mayor Shipley, I was a little curious about I believe there's an addition of units planned at the senior center nearby. Was that taken into account either with the traffic study or within the planning department?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. I can't speak for the traffic study. Dustin might be able to help me with that one there. My understanding with the timing of that was that this project had been submitted, was under review by the time that came up as a potential development item. So I don't know if it's been fully accounted for in those items. I think there may have been some overlap, but not total overlap in those instances.
Mayor Finkelstein, other questions or discussion?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Shipley. So if we are, if our goal here is to act as though we are planning staff and we are looking at this site plan for the first time ever with none of the attention that maybe it would have gained. One question I think is interesting. It is definitely about the traffic study. one could have requested a newer one. One could be in possession of the call volume in that space. Those would be, I mean, usually we do consult with fire and EMS in those situations. So that would certainly be something, if this had been the first time I ever saw it, would have been one of my first questions.
Mayor, do we want to take each of these 5 requirements and just kind of go through those? See if we have.
I think I'm open. I'm open to what people are thinking. If that works for you or the others, I don't know if others have thoughts or if that makes sense. I don't have a plan here, so I'm open. Commissioner Lawson, were you going to?
Commissioner Larson, I can go ahead and start this. I have been gone through this. First, I want to thank everybody for being here tonight and all the work that's gone into this, from the staff to our applicant as well as the neighborhood, to see this level of commitment to a project and also to protection of the neighborhood. I really do appreciate the work. I do, and I take it very seriously. So I'm just going to go through step by step my reasoning for voting the way I'm going to vote. And I'll start with saying I'm going to vote not to approve the site plan. And here's why I'm going to vote that way. So staff has indicated in their staff report that there's certain criteria that has to be met. And they've actually identified 5 criteria. And the one that I struggle getting over is criteria number 2, which is a site plan shall comply with all standards of city code, development code, and other adopted city policies and neighborhood plans and area plans. So under 20-203 is the definition of the RSO single dwelling residential office district. And the very first sentence there is where I have strong concerns. And the very first sentence says the primary purpose, again, the primary purpose of the RSO district is to accommodate low to medium intensity administrative and professional offices that are compatible with the character of low to medium density residential neighborhoods. It does add in there that this is also a transitional zoning district, which makes sense. And that also there's other uses that can be put on this property. One is detached dwellings, duplexes, as well as attached dwellings. And there's been quite a bit of discussion about duplexes, the definition of duplexes, one lot versus, individual lots. And I appreciate that conversation. I do have questions about that. But again, my focus goes on the definition, or the first line is that is the primary purpose. And I know staff talked about that a little bit, but I don't see where they really addressed or supported their opinion of that. So other uses that are allowed, as I said, duplexes, attached and detached dwelling uses. The only use in the code that is described as a primary purpose is that for offices. The word primary purpose is not used in conjunction with duplexes. The word primary purpose is not used in conjunction with attached dwellings. The word primary purpose is not used with the word detached dwelling. It is only used in conjunction with office space. So I believe that that sets the standard, which is criteria number 2, that all standards of the city code must be met. And I do not believe that that standard has been met. It's the standard that is associated with office use. This project only has less than 3% of the office space, of land dedicated to office space. So in that regard, I'm going to vote no for this project. Essentially, it just seems to me like this is a de facto multifamily housing project. And it seems like a perfect fit for an RM district. And that seems like that's where this should go, is in an RM district. So staff had also indicated to us that there were basically two decisions that we could make. One is that the site plan, if the site plan meets all of the criteria, then it must be approved. And the other option is if the proposed site plan does not meet all of the criteria, then it must be disapproved. So that is the reason that I'm voting no, because it does not meet the standard of criteria 2.
If any other comments or thoughts? Commissioner Nanda, I think you're about ready to go, but.
Well, I think that it's helpful to just, this is the way I function, I guess, have a conversation about each one of these individually as a group. And I don't know what others' thoughts are. Because I think some are relatively self-evident, some of them are worthy of discussion. And I'm sorry, I don't know if I said this, Commissioner Nanda.
I think that's fine. Maybe others have comments before we do that, but I think, like you said, I think some of them are easier than others. Obviously, Commissioner Lawson just talked about number 2. So that's worthy, obviously, of discussion. But go ahead if you want to proceed, Commissioner Nanda, on.
Okay, well, this is Commissioner Nanda. I think the first one was only platted land. And I think that one's relatively easy, that it's lots 1 and 3. And the tree easement, and I don't know that necessarily distinguishes it. I don't know if others would agree.
Mayor Finkel, I had no trouble with number 1 myself.
This is Commissioner Nanda again. I don't know if we want to skip 2 for a minute and talk about maybe number 3, allowed use and allowed non-conforming use. I'm looking at my notes and looking at the maximum density that was mentioned, that 15 dwellings per acre were allowed, and there are 13 per acre with this use. But again, I guess that might speak to folks' definition of primary use in RSO. I don't know what thoughts are.
Mayor Finkel, I think the 2 that could fit under those, the issue raised about the duplex and the issue raised about RSO, I think would be the 2 discussion points.
This is Commissioner Bowley. I think the question about duplex and 1 lot is something that may be a concern.
This is Commissioner Nanda. Maybe we can circle back around for 2 and 3. If we move to 5, safe movement of pedestrians. I know there was the sidewalk put in on Crestline, as well as the internal sidewalk. So I feel like that pedestrian issue, if there is that route to the bus for students, I know there was the concern for the cut through. And if that can be navigated away from with the addition of those sidewalks, I feel like that one would be met. Are there thoughts on that?
Were you meaning to skip number 4 on purpose?
This is Commissioner Nanda. Yes, I was, because I know that you had a conversation about that one. So I think 1 and 5, there seems to be general consensus around. Do we want to talk about number 4 now, Vice Mayor? Regarding the traffic impact study. And I guess the question is, does it meet the requirements? And I don't know the extent to which the answer or the larger context of that is satisfactorily.
I guess this may be, if we were thinking about this as the first time we've ever looked at that, it might be more of a question of looking for more information in a site plan or making some kind of compromise. Because again, I'm quite certain that there are times where, as you know, picking kids up and dropping kids off, things get stacked up, and I'm quite concerned that we don't have specific data from our own EMS emergency people. Whether or not one would just say no to that is, I guess, up for discussion. Again, in a situation where this is the first time we've ever seen it, right?
This is Commissioner Nanda, and I would say in a de novo review, we are looking at it as though we are looking at it for the first time, but we can use the context that we have from previous matters where this was discussed.
If that's the case, I do recall from many years ago, many accounts of where the traffic stacked up did in fact impede the neighborhood's ability to, or people in some of the other areas, to be able to get efficient EMS and fire. But without any data and without our experts to tell us, I would again just have to say that's more information I would want.
This is Commissioner Nanda on studies like these. Chiefs, if you were to see something come through where maybe those studies kind of raised a red flag for you, would you come back and ask for more information or have some input? I know that you look at like ingress and egress on going into those spaces and things like that. Is that something that you would kind of raise an alarm about if it was something that you saw as a red flag when something like that came in? You're muted though.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Nada. Was that question for me?
This Commissioner Nada. Yeah, I think so, primarily. If you saw a parking study come in and you're looking at, being able to get the trucks into a space or out of a space, I know that's always a concern for you. If you saw an area that would be like a red flag when you received that parking study or that plan, would you ask for more information in that context most of the time?
Sean Coffey, Fire Chief. Yes, and that's the job that our prevention division works through on the site plan reviews. I have been texting with Chief King, our fire marshal. He said they did multiple reviews of this building plans, multiple rounds of review of access at that point. And so he did not indicate any problems to me, but he said they did do multiple rounds of review on access, and that data was supplied to the neighbors through an open records request on an Excel spreadsheet for a call volume in the area. And I do not have that access to that, but we could gather that information.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Ananda. So what are folks' thoughts as to whether or not the traffic movement requirement was met?
This Commissioner Bowley, I think it was met. I think the third and crest line is the significant thing, and the ratings were good at the times that we asked about.
Mayor Finkel, I would concur with that. I think I certainly, reading some of the stuff going in, I had some concern, especially based upon the last traffic study. But Dustin's bringing up the 2019 and then the study based upon our traffic study, a light study, which is something independent of the developer. That's something we did ourselves and paid for, did the traffic count and reset those those lights, to hear that they have a service level A. I certainly think it, except maybe it's a B at night, certainly, I think causes me to say that it covers that definition.
This is Commissioner Nanda. I would say that I tend to agree with that. I think that there definitely wasn't going above and beyond, but I think that that requirement was met. This is Commissioner Nanda. Maybe we'll go back then. I know Commissioner Larson talked about item 2, complying to all standards of city code, land development code, and policy and area plan, neighborhood policy and area plan, or I don't think I'm wording that correctly, but Becky talked about density and dimension standards, site summary, parking, landscaping and screening, and sensitive lands. And I know that there were some concerns around those. Are there thoughts on, and the buffer yard was also covered under landscaping. Are there thoughts, particularly, I guess, around the sensitive lands, the landscaping, and the buffer yards?
Vice Mayor Shipley, I do find the distinction being made between the sensitive land trees being replaced and what would already be required as a buffer yard or street trees or shrubberies to be muddy. I get that they've explained it a couple times, but I also remember very distinct promise to the community that those sensitive trees would be replaced. And so in addition to traffic, that is a real concern that I have. And then newly a little concerned about, even though I get that there's a water easement that interferes, perhaps some effort at a little more buffer between the child care center and the new complexes.
This is Commissioner Nanda. Did I understand correctly that while there was a letter indicating that those would need to be replaced 1-to-1, they actually could not require that because of the code? Is that correct? I don't know if Becky can answer that or someone else. Jeff, thanks.
Jeff Craig, Planning Development Services Director. That is correct. As we go through the code and we looked at the letters that the previous planning director had issued on the property, there is the replacement criteria and the protection criteria in there, but it doesn't have a lot of that teeth to kind of enforce some of those other actions that were in there. So as we reviewed the items in the context of the code, some of that we couldn't find good footing to carry out the actions that were described.
This is Commissioner Nanda, thank you. One other thing I was wondering about is if the majority of us do find that these are in compliance, would requiring a 6-foot fence or something else in that space be an alternative that could be considered behind or in between the complex and the school or the center?
Mayor Finkel, was that a question for Jeff?
This is Commissioner Nanda, I think it was. Sorry, Jeff. Or Becky, whoever.
Jeff Craig, Planning Development Services. Commissioner Nanda, I'm sorry, I missed the question. I had a bit of my thing glitched right as we got to it there. Would you mind repeating?
Sure, this is Commissioner Nanda. So my question was, if we were to find that this met the criteria, would we be able then to require them to build something like a 6-foot fence if they're not able to plant trees that would block the view of the schoolyard or the center yard?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Yes, it could be a modification that is recommended because it is fencing is an allowable screening mechanism that's required in the buffer yards, depending upon size and type that are employed there. But that could be an item to help mitigate that concern as a condition of an approval.
Commissioner Nada, thank you. I don't think I have another one for you.
As long as we're talking about that, the shrubbery was an alternative compliance, right?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services, that's correct.
So we could come up with a different alternative compliance.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services, that's correct.
Mayor Fingler, keep going. Commissioner Nanda, you.
This is Commissioner Hernandez. So I don't know that we necessarily seem to have consensus around the landscaping screening buffer yard sensitive lands. I think that what I am hearing though is that it is compliant with the code, despite the fact that it's disappointing that they didn't take it upon themselves to do that one-to-one replacement. I don't want to put disappointing in your mouths, but it certainly was to me. Regarding the parking requirement, and I know that that kind of speaks to the conversation around what is a duplex and what does that space look like. And I know certainly Commissioner Larson's concerns around the primary purpose of RSO. To me, that is I don't know, I think about like the interpretations of the Constitution. Do you read it literally? Do you think about the intent? Do you look at the whole context of the sentence? How do you interpret the clauses? I don't know that I would say that the primary purpose of RSO was intended to be just offices, but I am curious of others' thoughts on that.
Mayor Fingler, I mean, I would, again, generally speaking, I agree with the neighbors that just reading it, and even Commissioner Lawson, I guess, reading it as a whole, I'd say a full area of duplexes is not what I think of when I think of RSO. That being said, there are several examples, including two that were mentioned tonight, Stoneback and Larkspur, which are duplex only, no offices, duplex only. Now, there are certainly different types of duplexes than the duplexes in this program, but certainly we have RSO districts in the city that are duplex only with no office, not primary office, zero office. And so I do think it's code compliant to have an RSO district that only has duplexes in it, because we've approved those in the past. And so I think that's consistent. We'd have to be consistent there in saying it's code compliant to have duplexes only in an RSO district. That might take us to the question about if these are duplexes, but the RSO, I guess I think this plan meets the definition of RSO and how it's been interpreted in the past in the city that allows duplex only.
Vice Mayor Shipley, so then what are your thoughts about the density on the other side of the road being RM24, and so the idea of the RSO there being medium density in between the neighborhoods? A buffer, if you will.
Well, Mayor Fingler, I guess I would say I think that's what Commissioner Lawson is pointing out, that it's not really a transitional. I mean, the question is it transitional? Is it low to medium transitional? Some of those other definition words. I guess I was responding to the question, if it was duplex only, does that qualify? And I think the answer is yes. Whether or not, again, we can have a conversation about whether or not it complies with the plan as it relates to transition zoning, low to medium density. Is it compatible with the neighborhood? I think those slightly different questions, but I think on the issue of can it be duplex only, I think that is allowable under our code.
This is Commissioner Ananda. I think that raises an interesting question too. You know, we don't really talk about in the code, I don't think, in transitioning, there's no requirement that that transition be less than what you're transitioning toward if it's compliant with the code, which is an interesting thing to think about, but certainly isn't, I think, part of our consideration. Because I do agree about, you know, just being good neighbors and providing that transition and what those expectations are, and then what the code allows for. I think that brings us to number 3 as well, which is allowed use and allowed non-conforming use, looking at the duplex and RSO transitional. Looking at the dwelling per acre, the maximum density, it falls under that at 15 per acre allowed and 13 per acre being requested. I don't know if we look at one, does the second come with it, or how do we discern those two?
I guess, this Commissioner Bull, I guess I'm going to go back to the definition of duplex. When do we talk about that? Does that come in here? Okay. I'm struggling with this as, you know, a duplex, because it's a very different formula than I'm accustomed to with duplexes. And when I read it, I saw that it was, you know, two, well, whatever the definition on one lot. And my understanding is that the staff interpreted the code to allow multiple duplexes on one lot. Is that a correct understanding?
I think that was a question for Becky or Jeff, I think.
Or Randy?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Yes, as planning staff and I talked about this, we worked through these definitions. The definitions describe what these structures are. So a duplex is a structure sharing a wall located on one lot. It doesn't say it can't be on a lot with other structures or other duplexes. It just have to be on one lot. An accessory dwelling is the same thing as a duplex, except for they're on separate lots. So that creates a townhouse situation. A multi-dwelling is more than two. So if there was a triplex or quadplex or an apartment building on one lot, then that's a multi-dwelling. So then if you go to the definitions of RS district, it talks about how housing or the residences have to be on a single lot. If you go to RM12D, which is the only district we have in the whole city that's related to a single entity such as a duplex, it says those duplexes have to be on a single lot. Now, if you go to RSO, it says you can have duplexes there, but it doesn't limit them to a single lot, because those other places specifically state those structures are limited to a single lot, and RSO does not. The interpretation was made because they stated it there, it clearly was. The implication here being that it is not. For that reason, that's one of the reasons why we got to that point. Then if you go to the density table, when they talk about density, when you get to RS districts, it says that a structure has to be on a lot of a certain size in RS because there's only one structure. Same thing for RM12D. But when you get to RSO, it just says you can only have so many dwelling units per the acre, not structures per lot or not lot size per acre. For that reason, that was made that in RSO and RM, you can have multiple duplexes on one lot. The definition doesn't limit what can have it. It's the code that limits where these things can be located. The definition just distinguishes it from other uses that are similar but different. And that's how we ended up reaching that conclusion, if that makes sense.
Yes, Commissioner Roy, thank you, Randy, for that.
I think, like Randy, I think that was helpful, and again, I think then these all legally defined duplexes, so that meets our code.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Shipley. So I also can't recall anything like this around town, or what is a 3-story building being called a duplex. If we had just looked at this on our own and we were in planning, why would I have interpreted it differently than we've interpreted it for the last 20 years?
Mayor Finkel, I say that again, Vice Mayor Shipley, I didn't.
So, Vice Mayor Shipley, so our definition of a duplex, as has been pointed out by several people, including commissioners, we have an idea of what that is and we have a definition of it. Now we're being shown this in a different light. Had we just looked at this 2 weeks ago on our own in a room, why would we have interpreted it differently than it has been for any other development in this town for the past 20 years? Why should I suddenly look at it differently?
This is Commissioner Nando. Was it not interpreted the same way when those other 2 examples of the RSO duplexes were built? I mean, I know that they each have a driveway, but I don't know that they're all on a separate lot.
Mayor Finkel, I do think the Larkspur one is on separate lots. I'm not sure about, maybe Jeff can answer that question for us, or Becky. Do you know of other places where we've defined it this way?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Bear with me 1 minute while I do a little bit of research on that item. Stonehawk Court, excuse me, is platted as individual lots. So the parcel lines you would see on GIS do correspond to platted lines that you would see on the plat work. And bear with me 1 moment, I will find the other one real quick. I apologize for the silence here. It's hard to narrate map clicking, unfortunately. And in the case of Larkspur, excuse me, Jeff Craig, Planning Development Services Director. In the case of Larkspur Court, they are also platted as lots, but they've undergone townhouse divisions, which are permissible in the state of Kansas, to separate them out by the unit based on the lot that is in question. So in instances where that happens, is there's one platted lot, but then there's a platted survey that divides that lot into ownership for each unit to be individually held and transferred. So those were the two that I remember seeing earlier, and be happy to keep looking if there was a third one that I happen to not record or miss.
Vice Mayor Shipley. I also thought the pointing out Plan 2040 and the sundry things in there that this might or might not comport with was an interesting topic. Did any other commissioners find some of those arguments compelling? I'll throw out an example. Okay. Vice Mayor Shipley, in Plan 2040, we want to design neighborhoods that allow residents to age in place. If we have homogeneous neighborhoods, we'll call this a neighborhood. We have homogeneous neighborhoods that have 3-story buildings where all the bedrooms are upstairs. I guess anyone with bad knees will tell you that is not an aging in place, a place you would live if you plan to live there past 50. Now, while some people wanted to ask about whether these were going to be rented out by the room, I was disinclined to ask that. I don't know that it's entirely relevant in terms of the site plan. But in terms of Plan 2040 and building neighborhoods that allow for different different aged people and different sized families, it might be a relevant question, or it might be a relevant topic.
This is Commissioner Ananda. I think that I'm loath to say, but I think Chris Flowers also had a point in regard to talking about density and our intentions around density, which I think, going back to your last point, Vice Mayor, is around, and Commissioner Bully, around looking at what we can do with our code and what we have done with our code and how we can move that goal forward as well. I think that when we're talking about adding diversity to our neighborhoods, this certainly seems, based on the commenters this evening, who I'm very appreciative of, would add some diversity in age to that neighborhood. Potentially, I'm also a student at KU, so I guess that demographic varies wildly. But I do see some conversation to be had around the character of a neighborhood and that piece of things, and that transitional piece, I think, is where the conversation lies for me.
I think another thing, Vice Mayor Shipley, that is mentioned is human scale, which is mentioned in a few different areas. So then, again, that sort of speaks to the difference between the higher density area on one side, the lower density 55 houses, whatever's in that neighborhood, and what is in between. I don't know. That was kind of another concern I had. What is human scale in that situation?
This is Commissioner Ananda. I feel like this is a really difficult conversation because we are very responsive to our neighborhoods, because so many people showed up tonight who care deeply about their neighborhood. And our job this evening is to look at these factors and decide whether or not they met the code. And I think that we've had some really good dialogue around this. And I think that this is probably the first of many times the commission will have an opportunity to have conversations like this, especially as we look toward density and moving toward infill development, you know, and filling up those spaces that have been empty for a long time. And maybe it's an opportunity to look at what we have and how we want to continue that conversation, particularly as we're talking about transitions. Because a lot of times I think that those spaces do tend to be empty for a while when they're in transition. But I do think looking at this, when we're looking at the 5 factors that we have to consider and whether or not they were compliant in what was submitted, looking at, you know, how this conversation has gone and how other conversations have gone and the information that we have before us, I agree with the recommendations of city staff that we do meet these 5 requirements. And I say that acknowledging the very difficult piece of that, that acknowledgement.
Vice Mayor Shibley, I just want to double check that Jeff hasn't found some more, found some exceptions to, has the city done something like this in the past?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Vice Mayor Shipley, thank you. The couple that do come to mind were all approved prior to the adoption of the Land Development Code. So they were similar developments that were done under the 1966 zoning code, which was the predecessor to it. So one of those that comes to mind is off Harper Drive, which is zoned in a different district. And then there's another one up by Princeton Drive that's very similar, but also was done in a different zoning code. So I haven't had luck just scrolling around looking at them to kind of get to that item, but the other ones that do come to mind were all previous previous code approvals.
This is Commissioner Nanda. Jeff, I have another quick question. Sorry, tried to get to you before you turned off your video. Would one of the requirements that we could make be that they conform to the lot piece of the duplex definition?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Excellent question, Commissioner Nanda, and I'm inclined to say no, only because I think that it would be an argument of definition on that one. Excuse me, I think that the definition would be a point of an item on that one, because typically you can't compel a subdivision based on certain actions, and I'm not aware that that would allow us to compel a subdivision in the instance. I'm sorry, I don't have a more well-crafted and thoughtful answer on that one. Just off the top of my head, I'm not sure we could compel that.
Mayor Finkel, I think I agree with Commissioner Ananda. There's a lot of questions about this development, and certainly I understand the neighbors' concerns as you look at a duplex and an RSO, and does that meet the intent of either of those? But as I, look at our job as, does it comply with the code? Randy has convinced me these are duplexes under our code, and that under RSO, you can have a duplex only property. So, with those being met, I think as our job as kind of the ministerial side of it, of saying it's met, I think those check the boxes. Other thoughts from commissioners?
Vice Mayor Shipley, unless Commissioner Larson has changed her opinion in the last half hour, I'm inclined to think this doesn't actually comport with our traditional interpretation of these codes. I don't think this is what our, especially in light of planning staff's admission that nothing like this exists before 1966. That kind of tells me that we have not been doing it this way. We may be able to do it this way. Of course, we're very anxious to change our planning code, but we're not doing that today. So at this exact moment, I'm disinclined to agree that this comports with our codes or even our Plan 2040.
Mr. Commissioner Bullock, I have a question for Randy. We will need to do a finding of fact around this decision. Is that correct?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. It'd be my recommendation. The city code does require a written decision from the planning director. You step into his shoes, and then where it talks about appeals, the city commission needs to do something in writing. I believe it would be the best position for the city to do findings of fact and conclusions of law, especially in the event that there's litigation succeeding in this discussion.
Thank you, Randy. This is Commissioner Bully. This is a tough one. It's five of us are struggling to be Jeff. I'll put it that way. But I have to concur with Commissioner Nanda and Mayor Finkeldye that this meets our code, because I frankly cannot provide a finding of facts and conclusion of law that I think it would be sustained. This isn't what we want to do, it's what we have to do. And I have great sympathy with the neighbors and the folks at First Presbyterian Church. But I just, the key for me was the definition of duplex. And I think that's been answered. And so regretfully, I have to concur.
This is Commissioner Nanda. I would like to require that the fence be between the Center for Children and the complex.
This is Commissioner Bully, I concur. I think that's a good alternative compliance.
This is Commissioner Nanda. Mayor, do you want me to make a motion?
May.
Okay.
Mr. Lawson, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to add one thing, and that is that I find it really concerning that we have obviously several of these RSO districts out there where it's just all residential houses or duplexes. And that it seems to me, and this is where I came from the beginning, is that, you know, there's very specific language in the development code that what the primary purpose is, but yet those decisions were essentially to me anyway, seem to ignore some of the language in the code. And so, I just find that very concerning that the decisions are made without taking the code as a comprehensive document and ignoring specific language to make that decision. That's what it seems to me.
This is Commissioner Nanda. I would move that we approve site plan SP 2408 for duplex and detached dwelling uses located 2300 Crestline Drive, requiring a 6-foot fence between the child care center and the complex, and direct staff to make findings of fact and law.
This is Commissioner Bully, second.
Mayor Finkelstein, there's a motion by Commissioner Nanda, a second by Commissioner Bully. Commissioner Nanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Nay.
Commissioner Lawson?
Nay.
Mayor Finkelstein? Aye, passes 3-0. Thank you, everyone, for that.
It was 3-2, right?
Oh, sorry. Mayor Finkelstein passes 3-2, and we'll look for those findings of fact. We ready to move to agenda item 2? You want to take a quick break? Ready to go, right? Keep going. Agenda item number 2 relates to our camera, public safety camera policy. And Interim Chief Heffley, is this yours or?
Good evening, Commissioners. Adam Heffley, Interim Chief of Police. If you remember, on September 7th, we had a meeting which we discussed a whole host of different things. One of them included the city's public safety camera policy that I discussed topically. Since that time, that draft form has been revisited. I've met with several small groups to elicit some feedback. Some particular groups being the ACLU, an ACLU representative that lives here in town, and some of the representatives from the Douglas County Libertarians group, and met with the commissioner just to discuss some specific concerns that came up in a previous meeting. So I wanted to address those and then provide you some update. There was something that I missed in that meeting when talking about the public safety camera policy. It became very police centric, but I need to revisit that and let you know that this is not a police specific policy. This is a citywide policy that pertains to cameras used in public spaces that includes uses by MSO, Parks and Rec for building security, for process monitoring, job site review, inspection, potential inspection. And then there is a bunch of uses that I won't pretend to know all of by Douglas County Fire and Medical that would be fire suppression, search and rescue, and a whole host of other things that I can't really speak to without probably making up terms. So I'm not going to try. But I wanted to kind of give you an update on where we're at with that. And so meeting with ACLU representative and Douglas County Libertarians, they provided some feedback that was very on point and very useful. Both shared a concern that cameras, specifically a drone program, would be used when law enforcement specifically comes into contact with people exercising their First Amendment rights. I completely agree with them and share their concern that is a tool that can be used, and if not controlled properly, abused in those situations. And we crafted some language that we went back and forth at, and I think came to some good conclusions. Additionally, some comments about scope of the program, how we would work across different departments within the city was discussed. Went down to just talking about devices. Specifically what we're looking at, all those kind of things. So I wanted to provide you with that update. Additionally, I posted the draft policy on the police department website in our policy section, can be found there. My intention was to elicit some feedback in that previous meeting, take any feedback I get tonight, complete that policy and start our program. We are somewhat behind in this, but I think the time that's taken up to this point to make sure that policy was in place, we trained appropriately and doing what we need to be doing was time well spent. To that point, I stand for any questions you have.
Mayor Finkelstein, questions from commissioners? We'll have time for questions later, so we'll go ahead and open it for public comment and then bring it back to the commission after that. This is a public hearing item. If anyone present at City Hall would like to make a comment on it, let Sherry know.
Mayor, there's no one left here in the commission room.
Mayor Finkeldine, thank you. Then if anyone online would like to make a comment on the policy, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature and Sherry will call upon you.
There's no comment on this item.
Mayor Finkeldine, that brings it back to us for questions, comments, discussions.
This is Commissioner Ananda. When I was reading through this earlier, I saw one single word that was misspelled, and I think that two numbers just got flipped, and now I can't remember where it was, and I apologize that I didn't write it down, but somewhere in there is one single misspelled word. But honestly, looking through this, and I know we've looked at this before, I really appreciate that there's the piece on unauthorized recording, monitoring, viewing, reproduction, dissemination, or retention. All of those, particularly monitoring, I think one of the concerns that I'd had previously around like parking cameras and things like that is that those are accessible by a lot of people. And so the fact that that is in the policy, I think is really important. I was curious what happens when that policy is not followed.
So, Adam Heffley, Interim Chief of Police. Commissioner Ananda, this policy, like most of our policies, requires adherence, and with a violation of that, there is progressive discipline, including forfeiture of any access to that system, and then on up to including termination, depending on the nature of the violation and any previous activity. But it's something that I take very seriously. Control over that is it needs to be strictly adhered to. I have an interest, as much as everybody that I talk to about this, of making sure that we are being very careful with any technology going down this road of digital anything that we get into in law enforcement. So I hope you hear me say I take this very seriously. I take this to heart, and it will be followed. And any issues we have with that would follow normal police department, city, fire med, or anybody's policies for violation of policy.
Commissioner Nanda, thank you. I appreciate that.
Vice Mayor Shipley, I had a similar question, although to be honest, as you point out, this is a policy for the whole city and not just for police officers. And having read the police manual, have at least a general idea of what the consequences are if an officer uses this, as you've indicated. And I'm sure here in a second, you'll also indicate to me the kind of documentation that is necessary. Let's say, for example, if an officer needs to ask traffic or MSO for footage, the kind of documentation they need and the level that they're held to in order to get that documentation. I'm actually more concerned about the departments that don't have a clear policy that I don't see here. And as you pointed out, there are a number of cameras already in use around the city, not just in traffic, but I think even in trash trucks or on trash trucks. So those are things I'll kind of want to hear more about from MSO. But again, one of the things, something you can answer is about the documentation that you provide between departments if you need to go to parking or go to traffic to use their camera footage for evidence.
Yeah, a couple different things there. First, we will have additional guidelines and policy within departments to control what can be accessed, how it can be accessed, how it will be documented. One thing specific to the UAS program is anytime one of those devices is deployed, there will be a document articulating when, where, and why. And then the intention is to produce a report at the end of the year to show the efficiency, successes, and failures of a program. If the program's not helpful and it's not economical, I don't want to do it. That's just, I think, something we should be taking care of. Second part of that, interdepartment documentation. If we need to request video from another department, we're going to have to follow that department's policy on how anyone can access and how they can provide out that that data. I've already begun working a little bit with another department that has some parking infrastructure, cameras and things on developing that policy. Each department's policy is going to be a little bit different on how it restricts and uses that data. I imagine all of them are going to have some kind of restriction about how they would provide the police department data. That is a concern that's obvious. And I think everybody would understand that there would be a specific for release of information to the police department, or at least a process, I should say, across the city with some documentation through report writing is typically how it's done to us after approval by a supervisor or something to that. But I would imagine that each department would want to articulate that in a policy that meets their business practice and protects the integrity of their systems.
Vice Mayor Shipley, thank you. And again, I think it's clear, well, let me say, not a criticism, but a suggestion, as you finish up the policy that, and you usually do, at least in the police manual, indicate if you're referring to another policy in another area, you name what that is. So I would just suggest the same thing here in the places where it might be MSO or traffic, whatever. I have every confidence you were going to do that anyway. But I would also say, to kind of echo something that Commissioner Ananda said, I think she meant it towards UAVs, about the consequences of misusing data or misusing tools, not just for police, but also for other departments, which is not on you, Chief, but on perhaps the other city managers when they're helping those departments write those policies and make them clear to us. Misusing personal information, there should also be a clear consequence in other departments, not just for police officers. And I would also say one thing I was kind of worried about, again, less with footage that you may collect in your department, but there might be other things. For example, I know MSO has done some pedestrian counts using outside vendors. How do we make sure they're not selling that information or misusing that when we go through a vendor? So again, probably not on you, Chief, probably more on the other departments as they develop their policies. But it certainly brought things to mind, as I said, for example, with trash trucks. I think they have outside cameras for sure, and possibly inside cameras. So those are issues those departments need to be real clear with, not just their, not just with our, but with the public about what information is used for, and what happens if it's misused.
Those are good notes. I appreciate it. I wrote specifically down, and I did intend on referencing specific policies, but I feel a little bad. I'm creating more work for other department directors, but I feel pretty strongly about this. As you pointed out, these cameras are in operation for good reason at different places, but they do need to be controlled, and we do need to be very mindful of how that data is used. Another good note of the third party and what they do with that data. That's something that should at least be considered, and a thoughtful decision is made on that sort of thing. So I appreciate the feedback.
Again, Vice Mayor Shipley, maybe one more thing. I was trying to sort this out here. I was afraid there was sort of a subtext that perhaps MSO wanted a UAV of its own for its own purposes, but I couldn't tell if it was just trying to make this policy as general as possible, or if there was some future plan for specifically MSO. I mean, I would understand why the fire department might be interested in this, but as I suggested, we often use other vendors for that. So I just wanted to be sure here in some of this language, what our expectations are of the other departments and if they want to use UAVs or if we've just written it as general as we can.
So the initial blush, I'm sorry, Adam Heffley, Interim Chief of Police. The initial blush is writing it general to provide opportunity if they do need to use it. I won't pretend to be an expert on what happens in MSO, but I do know that there are several companies that are pushing the use of UASs for inspection of infrastructure, and it can be done in a more safe manner and a cost-effective manner. Some of the FAA regulations have been pushed not by first responders, but by technical inspections of power lines, bridges, things like that. So while I don't know their current plans, and I'd probably let Dave Wagner, who's on here, speak to that, I did not want to pretend to dictate what they are and are not going to do.
I'm Dave Wagner, Director for the Municipal Services and Operation. I'll add a little bit since you prompted me on that, and thank you. There are a lot of emerging uses for UAVs in infrastructure use, and we are really keeping our eye on that. We've used that in the past with contractors for physical inspections, and I would remind the commission that we use at least a tethered UAV in the pipe systems around the sanitary sewer systems in Lawrence for the last decades. So it's not exactly the conventional use most people think of, but it is a use of a camera that is remotely operated. But even things like we've looked at some technology that uses a UAV to do 3D mapping on infrastructure. So you can send it into a room and it automatically maps the existing conditions in GIS grade drawings. And there is a significant use for that kind of information, especially where the alternative is either handmade measurements or having to send people into confined spaces. So there's a lot of opportunity out there for UAVs and to do the work better, safer, convenient, and get even detailed information we never even imagined not very long ago. So I'm forecasting a little bit there, Commissioner Shipley, for you, but it's really an exciting time for that kind of technology that can really pay off. So I think we wanted to leave that open where we don't know, well, what can we do with that? But we don't want to do it, so we have to come back and say, let's amend that policy just to make a provision that would allow us to do those kind of things. So we're thinking about being proactive in that way and creative. Hope that answers your question.
Yes, Vice Mayor Shipley, thank you very much. I do, just for my edification, nothing to do apropos of nothing particular, but the police's use of these is governed, in addition to their very high bar, by the FAA. And it sounds like some of the things that your department might use it for may not require that FAA kind of regulation. Do you have any thoughts about that? If I understand correctly, the police do have 2 people who are qualified out of 160 people, I think, to use that. What would your ability to use that at this time or in the near future?
Dave Wagner, Director for Municipal Services and Operations again. I think we obviously have to comply with that. Derek actually understands some of the drone regulations from a use perspective as well as anybody. But there is somewhat of a difference in that. I don't know specifically what that is, but if there's a requirement, and in the past we've had to file flight plans specifically for some of the work we did, especially when it's around downtown, where we were doing some sewer inspections that way. we had to file those flight plans with the FAA to make sure we were out of the airspace and or people knew we were in the airspace. So we would continue to monitor those. They're changing regulations all the time, and that's something to be aware of. We have to comply with.
Vice Mayor Shipley, if I may, one more thing. Something that we've had for a long time is traffic cameras. And unless I'm mistaken, those are even available to watch online if you just want to pull it up and watch all of our intersections on cameras. Which is then also interesting as we talk about what is a reasonable expectation of privacy. And again, as I suggested, the rather specific circumstances under which the police can request those records from the city. Is there anybody who just wants to talk to me a little bit about our traffic cameras and how they're used, just for the edification of the public, since we're having this conversation right now?
Interim Chief Adam Heffley. I can speak to the police side of that. It looks like Mike jumped on there if you want to speak to the traffic side.
Sure, Mike Lawless, Deputy Director for MSO. In terms of the traffic cameras, we don't keep a record that is more than a few minutes worth of data. So it's just constantly streaming, but there's never a what I would say is a permanent record that you would be able to get in any kind of a time frame where it wouldn't already be gone because it's been overwritten by the next data that's come through. I believe there are other cameras on the signals, but I believe those are police cameras, if I understand it right. And we have the ability to look at those, but we don't capture the data or the record of that.
Interim Chief Adam Heffley. So I'll speak to the police side here. Just to clear up confusion or potential confusion, I guess I would say, there is a device that controls what the camera, red, yellow, green, and what it sees, quote unquote, sees. There is also, on many intersections in Lawrence, a different camera that's there to be able to monitor traffic activity and the traffic signal devices that the traffic division has and operates. We do have access to those. That is limited to specifically trained and authorized people within the department. It is tracked with a audit log of whoever logs onto it at whatever time, at whatever they look at. And by policy, they're only able to look at it in reference to an ongoing, or I'm sorry, like an incident that occurs in that moment, or to produce video for a case. That video is buffered and I need to double check before I speak incorrectly, I believe 14 days, and then it's deleted unless it is specifically retained for a criminal case investigation, in which case it's documented and used. This policy would control that, and then additional department policy further controls who has the ability to access, what training they have to go through, physical training about how to access, but also legal training as to recording in public spaces, expectation of privacy, things that you had specifically spoken about. The traffic camera thing, I can't swear to this, but I believe if on the public website, it's a snapshot, so it's not live video feed of an intersection, but I'd have to double check to be certain on that one.
Mike Lawless, Deputy Director for MSO. That is correct. Those snapshots that we have, like on our snow map or some of those others, are just time-stamped. And I believe it's like every 10 minutes that they come up. I'd have to verify that for sure, but that's my recollection, is it's about every 10 minutes. And then I guess maybe a little bit more about the video detection. My understanding is that there's no recording of that made or any kind of data stream captured on the video detection. It's just a matter of did something come within the space that's defined on the video? So you go in and you draw a square and say, that's for the left turn lane, this is for the through lane, this is for the right turn lane. And if it detects something that goes into that defined square, then it trips the software to, indicate that there is a need to run that movement. But I don't believe that there is any data recorded or saved from that. It just says, yes, there was something there. And then once it's gone, then there's no record of that. And then the last thing I would say on that is the video detection is probably the older technology, and we're actually phasing that out for the radar technology because it's a much more accurate. It does a better job of detecting traffic, vehicles than the video. Weather, sun, those kind of things can affect the video signal where the radar is not affected by those.
This is Commissioner Larson. Mike, I just want to make sure I understood you correctly, and that is at our traffic signal cameras, we do not record that over a period of time. Do you know how often that is erased or written over?
Mike Lawless, Deputy Director for MSO. I do not off the top of my head, but I can certainly find that information and provide it for you or for the commission.
Commissioner Larson, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Interim Chief Adam Heffley, I just want to be very clear, Commissioner Larson, there's two different cameras we're talking about here. One camera is pointed at the lanes of travel that Mike is talking about there. And then there is one camera that just covers the intersection in general. The two different things. The one that covers the intersection in general is recorded for like 14 days, but again, I need to double check on that time frame. And then it's deleted automatically. It's overwritten and not recoverable unless that video is requested and pulled down for a specific case tied to a specific incident or a specific city business. I guess I would also add and document it appropriately.
Commissioner Larson, thank you, Chief. So if it's needed for a criminal investigation, that knowing that you need it for that criminal investigation has to be done within that 14-day period. Otherwise, you lose that data.
Interim Chief Adam Huffey. Yes, that is correct. And I'm balking a little bit at the 14-day because I don't 100% trust my number there, but it's roughly 2 weeks. And yes, it's gone. And if we don't obtain it within that time or somebody doesn't report an incident that might have been captured on that, it is gone forever.
Vice Mayor Shipley, I didn't mean for it to, but that brought up a question for me. As if I recall correctly here somewhere, if it's a public safety camera, let's say downtown, it is supposed to be, there's supposed to be a sign indicating that there's a camera recording. In what way are the cameras at the intersections different and don't require that kind of marking?
Interim Chief Adam Heffley. I struggle with that a little bit. To be upfront, I struggle with that a little bit. I believe there is an increased expectation of the public in the downtown area where there's a large amount of foot traffic. The original intention of the intersection cameras was not law enforcement purpose. It was to monitor traffic safety equipment, to monitor traffic congestion, things like that. There could be an argument made for adding a sign to each intersection indicating that there would be a camera present. I guess my answer would be the intended purpose of those cameras is to monitor those facilities, and by facilities I mean devices, whereas the intended purpose of a camera in the downtown area would be to monitor safety of public And I think there at least needs to be increased notification, signage, things like that for certain in that area downtown. But you could make an argument other than the fiscal side of it, of putting a sign up at each intersection indicating that, because to be fair, you probably want to put one in each direction, and maybe a public notice or something like that might get the same object of the exercise done. But this is the kind of feedback I'm looking for.
This is Commissioner Nanda. I went back through this. I found the word, it's in the definition of recording under, it's toward the end, the second to last word, optical media or false media. I assume it's meant to be flash. Unless it's new media, I'm not familiar with at all. But also I wanted to say thank you for using the word unoccupied aerial system. I think that's important. And in that vein, for your consideration, as an alternative to the word man-made, human created or something in that vein, that is used for number or letter B under 5.1. Whether natural or human created or human caused. I appreciated Commissioner Shipley's comments around conspicuousness, and I think that's another piece of that definition. And I do feel like many of the cameras at the intersections are relatively conspicuous, which can be sometimes in lieu of a sign. So I think that there could be an argument made there for making them more conspicuous, or, you know, whatever that looks like, rather than signs are expensive. So thank you for that work. I do appreciate that.
Interim Chief Adam Heffley, I appreciate the catch of my poor writing. Thank you for that. I will make that change for certain.
There's one word in that whole document. That's impressive.
Well, thank you.
Vice Mayor Shipley, I do just kind of ending want to thank you for the work that you've done. And I'm really pleased that you did so much proactive looking for people in the community who might have issues with specific parts of these policies. That's very smart. And I will certainly look forward. I'm very pleased with what you're showing me for your department, and I'll look forward to seeing what the other departments can gin up to add to this. So thank you again.
Mayor Finkeldine. Sherry, did we have?
Yes, Mayor. So we had an individual log on or join Zoom late and missed the public comment and is asking to speak. And since you can't see the chat, it's at your discretion whether you want to allow them to provide public comment at this time or not.
Mayor Finkeldine. Yeah, we went through public comment pretty quick. So if someone was trying to log in after sitting through the previous agenda item, I could see how they did not make it in time. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes. Is that Jeremy? Is he?
Yes, Jeremy, can you hear us? If you can go ahead and provide your comments.
Okay, I've unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, public servants, public officials. I appreciate you letting me comment on this. I am highly resentful for having been pushed into downloading what has been recognized as potential spyware, Zoom software. It was for earlier on in the pandemic, which have been proven to have been running through servers in China, highly developed in China, all kinds of other security issues with Zoom, and that I was going to be forced to download this spyware onto my computer in order to comment on the question of surveillance and potential spyware being uploaded into my city in the middle of an ongoing and escalating Delta-driven pandemic. And so I refused to download that onto my computer, although I would have liked to, so I could have been able to have a better a video and audio, but I'm now on my phone. And so my comment is that I think that you all are way in over your heads in terms of the nature of this kind of technology and a sort of laissez-faire approach to the real serious questions about interceptions, backdoors. That's all about this problem with Zoom, about hosting matters of public interest in the heartland of the United States of America based on software that has major surveillance issues. Just go look at the Wikipedia article on Zoom. And so this is then replicated in terms of this approach to just sort of zooming through a policy on surveillance robots in the sky, cameras around the corner, and it is not sufficient to have touched base with institutional elements in the community such as the ACLU or the Libertarian Party. These are not actually the front line of defending we the people's natural rights protected under the Constitution. So I would urge both the city and the acting police chief to actually touch base a little bit more with we the people in the community and get maybe a little deeper sense of the dangers represented by cyber backdoors and potential bad actors in relationship to this kind of surveillance technology. Thank you very much.
I think like, thank you. And I would note just that you can go to City Hall and make comment at a future time if you prefer that method. Anyone watching can have that method. Okay, back to the commission. This is just a review item. We don't need to take any action. But any other comments? I would just echo the comments. I appreciate the work on this. As Vice Mayor Shipley has noted and others, I know it's an ongoing process for some of other departments, but I appreciate us moving this forward. And as some people have talked about, I know it's a growing field, especially some of the aerial vehicles all being used in lots of commercial applications that I'm sure will move into municipal operations as well. So we need to be ready for that process. And I think this is the first step towards that. So any other comments? Go ahead, Vice Mayor. Can't hear you, Vice Mayor.
That I muted you. I apologize. Vice Mayor Shipley, maybe I would like to allow MSO and the chief to comment on the extent to which saving any kind of video or documentation is or isn't secure. Which I think is some of the things the previous commenter was indicating. I will say when I spoke with the chief myself, that is one of my main concerns. And to me, some of that is about whether we are sure to finance that the systems and the backup systems and the IT systems are the highest possible quality. But I want to let MSO and the chief comment on that.
Yeah, Adam Heffley, Interim Chief of Police. The comments don't fall on deaf ears. Any kind of technology has risks associated with developers and things like that. Any video that's recorded as part of a case or case investigation will be treated as evidence and submitted as evidence. Currently, we submit and retain a large amount of body camera video evidence on servers through our vendor and with that company. Quite frankly, they have a lot more resources to secure data, and their business model depends on the securing of that data. While there is a risk to all that stuff, they are able to demonstrate to us currently that they are able to secure it in a way that meets all standards that we require of them. Any data that we would store or we would record or store would be in that system or physically in a device within the department in evidence or on a server in evidence. But your point is well made that the protection of this data is as important, if not more, than any other personal data that we would capture at any point or maintain. That is, I should add, that is one reason we don't, especially in the UAS training that I'm aware of and have been to, we don't record unless we need it for evidence, because if you don't record and retain it, then we don't have a concern that it's going to be misused or disseminated improperly.
Mike Lawless, Deputy Director for MSO. The data that we would keep, the video that we keep on a regular basis is the data that Dave mentioned on typically videos of sewer pipes, and they're all within the city network, and accessible from some of the mapping that we have. So I can only speak to the security that we have in place in terms of servers and the city network. I guess I don't know how else to respond to that. I mean, where IT does, that's IT does a good job of that for us, and we're working with them, on our security that we have. For our systems in terms of whether it be the video that we have or, the control systems that we have at our other facilities.
Mayor Finkelstein, any other comments or direction? Thank you for your work on this. Thank you for your continued work on this, and appreciate it. Thank you very much. Takes us to agenda item 3, which is an update on the municipal field office. And looks like Andy's coming on, so he might lead this.
Porter, can you allow Tara Bray to share her screen?
She should be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there we go. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I'm Andy Inns, Engineering Program Manager for the Municipal Services and Operations Department. I will be presenting an update on the community engagement efforts for the Field Operations Campus project with the design team from Dake Wells Architecture, Ortel Architects, and CFS Engineers. Last April, we presented an update to the Commission on the campus project and requested approval for supplement number 2, which included planning and entitlement documents, and then schematic design of phases 1 and 2. Condition of the approval and the supplemental agreement was that the planning and entitlement work had to be completed prior to beginning schematic design. Tonight, we're requesting authorization to use half of the schematic design funding that was previously approved in that supplement number 2 to explore some options to address neighborhood concerns prior to submitting those planning and entitlement documents. So city staff and the Dake Wells design team held a neighborhood open house on June 23rd to share information about the Field Operations Campus Master Plan and get feedback from neighboring residents and interested community members. That was an in-person meeting at the open air pavilion at Douglas County Fairgrounds. We had a good turnout there. We also held a second neighborhood meeting at the fairgrounds in the Flory building on August 30th. That included a presentation and then a Q&A session with neighborhood residents who had shown up for that. Next slide, please. So the neighboring residents who attended those meetings provided great feedback on a variety of topics listed here, including proximity of the site and proposed facilities, to the neighborhood, and then unsightly views, noise, light, odors, just anything associated with the campus, and then disruption of open space and property value destabilization as well. The next couple of slides will show how we will explore ways to address these concerns.
Hi, Dan McGinn with Jake Wells Architecture. Just want to make sure you can all hear me. So thanks, Andy. Yeah, our primary task in the study we undertook was to conceptually design a consolidated campus for all 13 divisional field operations, and that's what we delivered. As we studied the campus, we realized that 8 of these divisions had the most critical overlap with regard to efficiencies and adjacency requirements. The MSO building, that kind of long north-south running building to the west, would house 6 of the 8 divisions, including streets, stormwater, traffic, wastewater collection, water distribution, and inspections. And then the central maintenance garage would be the 7th division, and solid waste would be the 8th. And importantly, field operations for these 8 divisions also have the most critical need with regard to the chart you see on the lower left, which we've discussed in a previous presentation. That deals with major criteria that are in need of being addressed. So we believe we could address a lot of the neighborhood concerns Andy mentioned by designing a smaller campus footprint to handle those just those 8 prioritized interrelated divisions that I mentioned. Next slide. And this slide just kind of shows the beginnings of an idea that we hope to explore in schematic design, where all 8 of these divisions and the fuel island would basically just move east a little bit. There are a lot of moving parts, and we would need to study exactly what goes where. But in general, we're encouraged that we could find that balance between developing the site towards its intended municipal industrial use and remediating the site, and of course, addressing the neighborhood concerns. Next slide. This slide shows how moving the 8 divisions would allow for a much greater buffer zone between the campus and the neighborhood. This buffer zone would allow us to improve sight lines and reduce sound impacts, and to maintain or even improve the biodiversity of the area. Our 50% SD deliverable would include studies tracking how those issues could be improved. It would also include an updated sustainability analysis, and including strategies for energy use reduction and daylighting and water use reduction and staff health and well-being. And Aaron's going to talk a little bit about the site, but just wanted to reiterate that the design team really is committed to listen to neighborhood concerns and design something that meets the needs of the division and that reduces the impact to the neighborhood as much as possible. It's our goal that the campus be a good neighbor and an example of sustainable design that the city can be proud of. And on to Aaron.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Aaron Gaspers with CFS Engineers. We would also explore a relocated site entry for vehicle access. This would be down by the bulk warehouse, along the drainage way, and south to Venture Park Drive, then over to O'Connell Road. 15th Street up north would remain for emergency vehicle access only. After we were to explore all these items, the design team would report back to the public and the city commission at 50% schematic design. And I think we're going back to Andy at this point.
Yep. Andy Inns, MSO engineer. So one of the questions we received from the neighborhood was why the farmland site is the proposed site for the campus. The farmland site has been the preferred site since the commission provided direction to consider the site in May of 2019. The site is large enough to provide a consolidated campus for the field operations divisions, whereas other sites that we looked at are not big enough. And then the farmland site also provides the opportunity to coordinate the campus project with the farmland remediation efforts that are required of the city. Next slide. So if the commission authorizes the design team to use half of the schematic design funding, the next steps in the project timeline will be to explore the items shown on the previous slides to address the neighborhood concerns. Upon completion of 50% schematic design, we'll have another neighborhood meeting to review the changes to the layout and then provide an update to the commission. After that, the planning entitlement documents will be updated and submitted for review and approval by the planning, city, and county commissions, which each would have, the public comment associated with that as well. Next slide, please. So the city and design team developed this list of project imperatives, which we've included in previous presentations to highlight the most important aspects of the Field Operations Campus Master Plan. Just want to highlight that one of these imperatives is to be a great neighbor, which is, there 4 and our 5 are backwards there. I just noticed that. Which is why we're here tonight to consider changes to the master plan layout based on the feedback we heard from the neighborhood during our public engagement meetings. Next slide, please. So the commission action requested tonight does not increase the contract amount that was approved in supplement number 2. It revises the sequence of work so schematic design can begin prior to completion of planning and entitlements. Many of the scope items proposed for this work that are listed here are part of phase 1 and 2 schematic design, which again was approved by the commission on April 20 as part of supplement 2. The Dayquil's design team determined no additional funding is required for this scope of work. And I think with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions you have. I actually managed to keep this presentation fairly short this time.
Mayor Fingal, thank you for that. If you go ahead and stop sharing your screen, and if any commissioners have questions. Seeing no questions at the moment, I'll open it to public comment, and then we'll see if we have any other questions or discussion. This is a public hearing item. If any member of the public would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature, and you'll have 3 minutes. Sherry will call upon you.
Mayor, there's no public comment on this item.
Mayor Fingal, thank you. Bring it back to the commission for questions or comments.
Vice Mayor Shipley, I'm sorry, I was looking for the right slide where you mentioned very briefly the 15th Street, the 19th Street exits and usage. I just wanted to make sure you were very clear about that. There were a lot of clear promises made by some departments to not use 19th Street for heavy truck traffic. So I just want to always reiterate that as part of the plan.
Andy Inns, MSO engineer, that is correct. 19th Street is not a truck route, and then the 15th Street will be emergency access only.
This is Commissioner Larson. So the $383,000 that is you're asking for to be allocated towards this aspect of the project, what would that have been spent on if these items hadn't come to light that the neighborhood is requesting?
Dan, again with Dayquil's architecture, it just marks the halfway point of schematic design. Schematic design is typically about 20% of the entire design and construction document process, and this would represent half of that, so about 10%. So no matter what, we would have to kind of develop these spaces to a point of completion, but without doing that work to kind of get all the buildings kind of moved to different locations, we can't be confident in the that the site plan would work, because we're not just talking about bricks and mortar and walls. We're talking about all these very large vehicles kind of moving at speed. So we need to make sure that all of that gets coordinated.
Commissioner Larson, thank you. So the $383,000 is not to address the issue, not necessarily to address the issues that the neighbors are concerned about. It's for the whole schematic design.
No, it's Dan McGinn, Dick Wells. It is in response to the neighborhood's request, because we do need to take a look to see if we can move, first of all, consolidate down from 13 down to 8, and then with that new kind of requirement, we have more freedom to kind of move the buildings around the site. So that kind of triggers a much larger buffer zone, but every single building would need to then be kind of recalibrated and redesigned in order to fit on its new site. So it's in response to the neighborhood requirements, but we just have to do that schematic design work to make sure that the building is working and it meets all the divisional needs. And then again, that would equate to about 10% of the entire design process.
Thank you.
Andrew Gruber with Orchel Architects. Commissioner Larson, one of the things that we said that we need to study is some of the acoustical details and some of the lighting details, and that's getting into a lot more design detail and really working with MSO staff to see if relocating these buildings is even going to be operationally feasible for them. So to understand how that design works, and going back to studying with MSO staff, we can start to look at how the building's actually really being structured, how some of the things are being constructed, and that's getting into a more advanced design than just the blocks on the master plan at this point. And that's why we need to get into that 10% design completion to really kind of vet that out with staff to know if fully accommodating all these neighborhood needs is going to be fully feasible for operations. And that's part of the scope request with those acoustic studies and more detailed vehicular access studies. So,
Commissioner Larson, thank you.
Mayor Finkel, I guess my follow-up to both of those, and my question is, I mean, obviously the original decision was, not to spend additional money until we had approval of the plan, right? And I understand the direction we're going here. But I guess, if I'm making this up, if 2 months from now and $100,000 from now, you figure out you can't move the buildings, do you stop then and come back to us? Or, I mean, I understand authorizing up to a certain amount, but again, if we're going to be back to the original design, I guess if I'm making sense, it's getting late. I'm not sure I'm making sense. Anyone? Andy, did you follow what I was saying there?
Andy Inns, MSO engineer. Yeah, I think a lot of the funding will be towards the not necessarily moving the buildings around, and talking with staff about how that fits, but actually getting into the schematic design process that Andrew was talking about. So looking at acoustics and the site lighting and some of that more detailed information. I think prior to getting into that detail, it's more probably the discussions with the divisions about, okay, does this seem to work with you? Some of the things that we did early on in the master plan concept with the interviews with divisions and operations. Okay, who do you work closest with? What divisions need to be adjacent to each other? And just making sure we're still meeting those needs before we really get into the design of the schematic design.
Mayor Finkeldine, and again, I guess you said that better than I meant try to, but if you have that discussion and you decide, nope, sorry, we need to leave them exactly where we were before. And we're not going to move the buildings, we're not going to move the entrance, we're not going to move the fuel tank. Are you suggesting we go ahead and fully do the schematics of some of those other issues before we go to the permitting? Or at that point, do we stop, do the permitting, and then come back to schematic like the original plan?
Andy Inns, MSO engineer. I think at that point, if we're really digging into this and finding that it's not working to move some of these around, then we'll have to come back to both the neighborhood and to you, and I guess probably seek some direction on do we go ahead and move forward with planning entitlement work and those submittals. I guess Dan, Andrew, Aaron, any thoughts on that?
Dan again with Dake Wells. Yeah, I know the acoustic study that we have been waiting to do for schematic design is going to be applicable whether or not, like if we call what we're looking into option B, whether or not option B or option A ends up being the one that is promoted as the best use for the city. But I think we, to Andrew Cooper's comment earlier, it's our intention to give it our absolute best try to get it to fit and create that larger buffer. So a lot of the schematic design work that we would do as part of this exploration could be used also if we end up having to modify option A. But I think we just wanted to be clear that this really was kind of a really good faith effort to listen to the neighbors and design a building that works for them as well as for all the divisions.
Andrew Cooper with Ortel Architects, just to build on what Dan had mentioned a little bit. Some of the other concerns were what neighbors would be looking at through the tree line. And to this point, what we've put into the current master plan in terms of building form and materiality, they're kind of placeholders. So part of what we need to do in that schematic design is really try to figure out how we're going to build these buildings. What does it actually look like facing the neighbors, and how would we treat that? If it does stay in the option in the current master plan, or if it moves out further, still, what does it look like and how is it built? And I think that's where that 10% is really going to, of the total design completion, is going to help us start to define that a little bit better, so that right now we have a master plan that we're discussing with the residents that are neighboring the project site. A little more detail in that building might help us explain to them what a better understanding what's actually happening on site and how we can deal with some of their concerns further down the road within the design process. So hopefully, Mayor, that answers I think we answered your question there.
Mayor Finkel, I think we're on the same page. I guess I remember my days on the planning commission when someone would come in with a project, and they would have spent, $600,000 designing it. And the planning commission would say, can you just move it 5 feet? And they're like, well, that's going to be another $150,000 of redesign. And I'm not sure if we can move it 5 feet. And then we either approve or don't approve the plan. Again, I think you hear what I'm saying. I don't necessarily want to spend $400,000 and then come back and say we couldn't move it. And then in theory, we certainly could deny the permitting, and then we've spent that money. So, but I very much appreciate the idea of working with the neighborhoods and trying to get this right and getting the best plan we can. So I'm certainly going to support this. But I guess if we do get to a point where you see that we might be reverting back to where we were before, I would appreciate you coming back and talking to us. And so we can kind of make that decision about where we go and when we do that permitting process. Other questions or comments from commissioners? Commissioner Lawson?
Yeah. So, I appreciate your comments there, Mayor. I agree with you that this is something to support, and we need to address the issues when we can with the neighborhood. Sometimes we just can't address them. Where I kind of have concerns is that we're adding tasks to this supplemental agreement. We're adding tasks to it, which I understand that, and those have to be paid for. So what does it do on the tail end as we go through this money? And then we get to the tail end of it, and there's going to be more money that may be needed in order to fully meet the schematic design that we need. So where I have an issue or concern, and I've seen this in other reports, is when we say in the fiscal impact that the fiscal impact to the city is zero. I really struggle, and it just makes me cringe when I see those words in any document, because essentially everything we do costs us money. And I realize there's been a dollar amount allocated for this whole schematic design, and I appreciate that. But to say that it's going to cost us zero, I take issue with that, because it could potentially cost us money down the road as we go through the design. It could require them to come back and say, hey, we had to add these tasks, and because of that, we've got to allocate more money to this project. So that's the concern I have. And I'm going to support this, don't get me wrong, because I do agree we need to take a look at this. But I would just, again, anytime I see zero physical impact of the city on any report, I just cringe at that.
Dan,
Mayor,
again, take well. Oh, is it possible to just respond? I've been looking off to the side here because I'm trying to look at my proposal to Andy, but I know that we talked about what you all are bringing up, Commissioner Larson and Mayor, and so I know that on the architectural side, I think if we get to 50% schematic design, and for whatever reason option B doesn't work, I think we recommended to Andy that when he mentioned there would be no additional funds, that we still have enough room in that the rest of schematic design, if we needed to kind of change ship and go back to A, that on the architectural side, we wouldn't need any additional funding. I think there might, if there was the potential for a little bit of for planning and entitlement, that might be something that CFS needed a little. But on the architectural front, I'm telling you that we're not going to hit you with well, it didn't work. Sorry about that. Anyway, here's another proposal for you. We're trying to make this work for you all. So even if option B gets to 100% or 50% schematic design, and we end up, if it's option A, B, or C, that is some kind of morphing of the two that is recommended and that the neighborhood would like to pursue, just know that we're there to work with you and not hit you with a big change order.
Commissioner, I really appreciate that, Dan. So are you guaranteeing you're not going to come back and ask for more money?
I'm saying I'm trying to remember what CFS told me. That's why I'm like looking off to the side here. I know Andrew Cooper and I are in on the architectural side, and Aaron, what did we talk about? I thought it was if.
I'll go and help out here. Aaron Gaspers with CFS Engineers. On the civil side and the site layout, when we're talking planning entitlements and ultimate design, having that master plan layout gives us a really good idea ultimately long-term how this is going to cost, right? So in this example here, the layout, the master plan, we have schematic design set. Well, if the site is going to shift around, if we decide to go that route in the future, what Dan called option B, if we're talking about reducing the amount of departments out there, and the specific example that I'm thinking of, if everything moves up the hill, that MSO building now, the way it sits now, is going to need a lift station. If everything moves up the hill, we don't need a lift station. So some of the work to create this option B, that we don't need that design in the future, there's some money that could be shifted around and allocated. A lot of these types of things are unknown as far as what is this going to ultimately cost based on what layout we're going to go with. Are we going to go with option A, or are we going to go with option B? That's going to impact the level of design. So I think I'm on board with what Dan is saying. I mean, the impacts, if any, will be pretty minor. But we're hoping and wanting to work with the city that if things move out, if the number of departments reduce out there and there are design aspects in our current option A that will not be an option B, that's where the difference in this additional work, if I'm making any sense, if this helps.
Commissioner Larson, thank you very much. I appreciate that, Aaron.
Mayor Finkel, I appreciate all of that. I think we're on the same page even at 10:37 at night. So that's good. Any other comments or motions?
Commissioner Bowley, I move we authorize Deg Wells to utilize $383,991 of schematic design funding previously authorized by supplement number 2.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Finkel, aye. There's a motion by Commissioner Bully, a second by Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Ananda?
Aye.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you all for your work, and thanks for being here tonight, and look forward to seeing the new designs.
Thank you.
That takes us to commission items. Any commissioners have commission items? Seeing none, that takes us to the city manager's report. Craig's been waiting a long time for this future agenda report.
Yes, that's the only reason I came. City Manager Craig Owen. We only have one item for you tonight, and that's our future agendas. And hopefully we've got it pretty updated and current on that, and happy to answer any questions that you may have or comments.
Mayor Finkel, any questions on the future agendas? Seeing none, this is a public hearing item. If anyone has a public comment on the future agenda items, please raise your hand, use the raise your hand feature, and Sherry will call upon you.
There's no public comment on this item.
Mayor Finkel, thank you, Sherry. That brings it back for the calendar. Any questions or comments on the calendar? Seeing none, that brings us to adjournment. If there's a motion.
Commissioner Nanda, I'd move to adjourn.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Finkel, there's a motion by Commissioner Nanda, a second by Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Nanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you all. We'll see you next week.